Good afternoon, everyone. It's raffle time again. Please be reminded that the winners should be acknowledged and should acknowledge their presence by typing their names and email addresses in the question and answer forum box. Okay? So again, we call on Ms. Maria Rodora Santos to help us draw the second batch of cash winners worth 1,000 pesos each. Using the randomizer again, we shall choose winners from regions 4A and NCR.
Clotty, I
Yes,
published the raffle draw number one winners this morning, and we need these winners to acknowledge by typing in the Q&A forum their full name and their email address. And if you don't acknowledge, by the time we have the next raffle draw this afternoon, we will need to redraw another. Is that right, Ma'am Clotty?
yes, that is right. Yes, that's right, Ma'am Doris. So this time I just read the winners of this morning. For Region 2, we have Catherine Bungag Karangian. For Region 5, Phil Jim Shane Tan. And for Region 7, Rex Rieta Villa Velez. So again, through the courtesy of our partner, Lorimar, and the president, Sir Ronnie Martinez, we now have our second draw. Ms. Santos?
Okay, so the first draw is Region 4A. For the Region 4A, we have 117 participants, and the winner is from St. Joseph College of Rodriguez, Miss Shirlene Espartero Ameler, Region 4A. The
And
next one,
the next one is from NCR.
for NCR, we have 110 participants, and the winner is from Adamson University, Hill Sherlock Amok. Thank you, Ma'am
Okay.
Claudie.
Congratulations to our winners from regions 4A and NCR. The winners will receive a notification from national@pafte.org. You will be notified through the email that you have provided during the registration. Winners will need to send an email confirmation to national@pafte.org about their preferred transmittal, either by GCash or bank transfer. So I hope we all had a good break consisting of lunch and a little bit of rest. To help us keep pace with the excitement of the activities this afternoon, let us all get ready for a little energizer to be led by Dr. Annalisa Pasano, College of Education, Bicol University.
Hello everyone. We shall have a dance energizer to power up your afternoon in the tune of Stupid Cupid. I think we are all familiar with this music. You can perform it by standing or by sitting. Your choice. So let's start.
Stupid Cupid, you're a real mean guy. I'd like to flip you until you can't fly. I am in love and it's a crying shame. And I know you're the one to blame. Hey, hey, set me free. Stupid Cupid, stop picking on me. Can't do my homework and I keep things straight. I meet him every morning, but I half past 8. I'm acting stop picking on me. You got me jumping like a crazy clown, and I don't think you got you putting down. Sex tears up and lips are wide. The thing that bothers me is that it like mine. Hey, hey, set me free. Stupid Cupid, stop picking on me. Hey, hey, set me free. Stupid Cupid, stop picking on me.
Thank you, Dr. Pasano, for helping us move our bodies to be more energized and alert to listen to more informative and informational lectures scheduled for this afternoon. Our first speaker for this afternoon is a doctoral degree graduate, a holder of 4 PRC licenses in the fields of psychometry, psychology, guidance and counseling, and teaching. She has numerous published books, research works, and papers developed. She has done guestings, creative and technology works, and is also involved in community service. Our guest speaker has received 13 awards and was a recipient of 5 scholarships. She is active in national and international organizations and is at present a CHED Regional Quality Assessor, a TV radio host, organizer, and vlogger with TV shows like Wonder Teacher, appears in programs of ABS-CBN, DZMM, Teleradio. And she's also into consultancy, training, mental health advocacy, as well as teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Sheila Marie G. Hobson, who will share her expertise on mental health and wellness. Dr. Hobson?
Yeah, good afternoon po. Thank you so much po, Dean Arcangel, no, for that warm introduction. Okay, so I'm also from UST, no, and now serving
Oh,
FEU, and I know, of course, Dr. Arcangel. And of course, thank you so much, no, to the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators Incorporated. So Pafte, it is really with absolute honor and pleasure po to serve the Pafte family kasi po ako rin po ay isang guro. Okay, maraming salamat po. And of course, I'll be sharing my slide, no, and the title of my topic, it's all about mental health and wellness. Okay, and I will just ask lang po if you can see my slide, no, and if am I clear po ba? Clear po ba yung
yes,
aking yeah, thank you
yes
po.
po.
Thank you, Tian. Maraming salamat po. Okay. And of course, I'm encouraging everyone to participate with our activity through the chat or comment section. So I will not be using any Padlet or any poll everywhere, no? So that we can have really the pure well-being at hindi po tayo ma-stress, no? So minsan po sa signal, no? Okay. And of course, I do hope that for this afternoon, sana po we can focus on our strength of well-being. Okay. And I do hope that we can also focus on our family, our loved ones, our friends, our office mates, no? Our org mates, our school, our company, and our community, and of course, the strength of our country. Okay. I do hope that we can also nourish this God-given strength. And I do hope that we are grateful for the gift of strength. Okay. And tingnan nga po natin sa ating chat box, what is the source of your strength? No? So Ano po kaya? Saan po kaya tayo humuhugot ng lakas? Okay? And Dean, pwede po ba ako magtanong sa inyo? Kasi po, kayo na rin yung nag-introduce sa akin. Okay lang po ba? Hello, Dean? Ano, wala na si Dean. Okay? And
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
ay, sige po din. Sa legacy po na nagawa nyo, no? Saan po kayo humuhugo ng lakas? No? Aside from your beauty and of course your values and legacy that you've made in the education.
I will choose the second bullet.
Yeah, yeah, your
Family, loved
family.
ones, friends, office mates, strength.
Yeah, very good po. Maraming salamat po, no? And this is what we call our environmental strength, no? Okay, our God, our family, okay, our friends and office mates. And of course, we also have our inner strength, no? At yan po yung ating God-given thoughts that can definitely be our mindset, okay? And this will also give you the positive feeling, the positive behavior, the positive action and decision, and the positive character strength. Okay, that can definitely be our inner strength. Okay, so if we think of gratitude, definitely we will have a grateful heart and a grateful character. Hope, no, transcendence. Okay, seeing the silver lining of this condition that we have now, no, the now normal, and as we bridge into the next new normal. Okay. And of course, for this afternoon, our goal for this afternoon in the Pafte Midyear Conference is that I do hope that we can discover. And as we discover our many strengths, no, okay, from God, I do hope that we can nourish, no, and value our gift of strengths for mental health and our holistic well-being. Okay. And according to one of my idols, no, Pamela Grout, one of the best-selling authors in New York, that talks about uh, positive energy and force, no, that whatever you focus on expands. Okay, so if we really want to have really holistic well-being and psychological well-being, I do hope that it's okay not to be okay, no, but I do hope that you can get the learnings and the wisdom of that weakness to recalibrate it to become our strength, now for alignment of stability as we bridge into the next new normal, because all our strengths are definitely coming from our weaknesses. And it's also very important that you focus on our strength as we learn from it. Okay, and this is our situation now. Okay, this is what they call the age of disruption. As a teacher, as a mentor, no, and coach of our dear learners and students, okay, and even our family members, we were into the face-to-face, no? And now we are into the hybrid flexible learning, no? From the full online. Now we are into the hyperflex learning. Okay, so in FEU Manila, where I'm serving now after my early retirement in UST. Okay, so I'm there now for 12 years as a guidance director and a professor in the Graduate School of Psychology and Education. Okay, so we are now into the face-to-face since last February 14. No, and actually there are really instances that the students were very excited about going to the class, no, but after usually 2 to 3 weeks, no, somewhat they dwindle, no, because somewhat they also learn to adapt into this online learning. Okay, so there are advantages, no, and disadvantages brought about by this disruption. Okay, and of course, according to the book, no, of Engel, okay, that there are already clusters of innovation in the age of disruption. So it's very important that as a teacher, for us to really have a holistic well-being, it's also very important to have really the innovative and game changer mindset for us not to be left behind, no? Because online learning and high flex learning, no? So there are really some readings that it's not effective, no? But there are more readings that it is really effective, no? And even though we're not here on earth, no, um, most of the time, no, I think, no, most probably, no, the hybrid learning will definitely be our already, no, our trend and innovation for the changing landscape that we have in education. Okay, and of course, according to McKinsey, one of our consultants, no, in the university, that beyond the coronavirus, no, the question now is, what is really our path to the next new normal? Okay, and we also have the digital 2021 Hootsuite report. No, and recently there was already the updated digital 2022 report of the Hootsuite research. No, that talks about how we move. No, and this will also provide us the insights, no, of how we move into the internet and social media that also affects, no, the mental health and psychological well-being of our dear students and even our faculty members, okay, and different school stakeholders, okay? And according to the write-up of Baklig, no, in the internet, in the Inquirer.net, okay, that the Filipinos, no, imagine that the Filipinos remain to be the most active in the internet for the social media for the 6 straight years until 2021. Okay, and we are averaging on 10 hours and 56 minutes. No, so in every Filipino in the world, no, there is what you call uh, a very active Filipino in the internet and the social media. So imagine, no, that you are already spending almost 11 hours or half of your life every day are being spent in this technology, no, and the one that is suffering is what you call our sleeping time. No, there are a lot of disruptions, okay, and my question now is, how many hours do you sleep every day, okay? So tanong nga po natin, no, kaya lang hindi ko po nakikita yung chat box ko, no, but ilang oras po kaya kayo natutulog ngayon? To all the PAFTA leaders and members who are here. Okay, yan. Meron po bang sumasagot? Sorry because I cannot see my chat box. No? Yeah. Okay. So I do hope, no, that on the average, I do hope that we are sleeping 6 hours. Okay. And ideally, I do hope that we can also take care, no, of our sleep, and that is what you call, ideally, it's 8 hours to 10 hours. Okay? Kasi alam nyo po, no, if we were disrupted, no, with this sleep, okay, this is one of the major symptoms of mental health problem. Okay? So if we are not sleeping normally, it's either insomnia, less sleep, or too much sleeping. That's hypersomnia. No? And we are not sleeping normally within 2 weeks, no, or more. Okay, so this can be a tendency of 90 to 95% tendency of mental health concerns, according to the study of the American Psychiatric Association. Okay, so sabi po dito in 2022, the Filipinos became the second most active in the internet, and the first one now is South Africa, and we are averaging into 10 hours and 20 plus minutes. No? So it's very important as we also go for our total well-being. It's also very important now, really, no, the digital well-being. Okay. And we have a lot of Zoom fatigue syndrome. Okay. So, sunod-sunod po ang ating Zoom. Ngayon, ito, Teams, no? Okay. Actually, I'm also in the conference, no, of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. Sunod-sunod din po yung meeting. Okay. And of course, according to the study of Sharkin as early as 2006 and the evidence-based journal of BAR 2017, no, na ito pong online learning, no, really bridges, no, for learning continuity plan in the time of the pandemic, no, and also into this next new normal. Okay, but of course there are also disadvantages. Okay, so people tend to become irritable. Okay, so atypical behavior. Okay, unusual behavior. Okay, so minsan po naiirita tayo katulad ng ating mga estudyante. Okay, tao lang. Okay, abruptly begins turning late assignments. Okay, minsan po ang joke po ngayon is online learning na nga, absent ka pa, no? Or na-late ka pa. Okay? But it's happening. Okay? Minsan po, ang mga bata, hindi ho pumapasok. Okay? And usually in my grad school classes, most of them are also what? Ang dami po nilang ginagawa, no? Okay? Hindi lang po pag-aaral, pero double jobs, no? Triple jobs, okay? That also disrupts them, okay? And there are also tendencies for emails that are becoming accusatory, okay? Minsan po napapaaway po tayo sa ating mga posting, bizarre, fantastical, or out of touch with reality. Okay? And this is the unique cases in the new normal. Okay. So it really shifts us the many different perspectives and opportunities, no, in the workplaces, no. So nabago po yung workplace natin. The home as work now, no, there are a lot of disruptions. There's also what they call a problem in life balance, no. And in the new concept, no, wala na po talaga life balance, no, but it's already what they call work-life harmony. You just have to really know your priorities, no, the essentials, no, are really God, our family, okay, our loved ones, and of course our mission as a teacher, okay, our relationships, no, okay. So ngayon po nauso na po ngayon yung sa relationship natin na konti lang talaga, okay, so it's really more of the quality now rather than the quantity, the digital experiences, and even the brand relevance, okay. We also have a lot of cancel culture, okay. And of course, marami rin po tayong mga body shaming, age shaming, no? Minsan po sinasabi nila, naku, matanda na yung teacher ko. Eh, hindi na marunong sa technology, no? So these are somewhat also a violation of safe spaces, no? That can also affect, no? The psychological well-being of every person, okay? And for the younger generation, ito naman po yung mga Gen Z blaming, no? Sometimes minsan po nasi-stereotype natin yung mga Gen Zs or the Alpha Gen or the Millennial generation as minsan po parang matigas ang ulo or impatient. Okay? And of course, sa atin pong mga teacher, no, in all the teachers that I've given, no, from DepEd to CHED to the private schools as well, no, to the companies, no. Sabi po dito ni Robbie Clary, no, okay, that workplace burnout, no, it's the silent pandemic, no, that no one is talking about, okay. And ang tindi po talaga ng stress ngayon because of lack of boundaries, okay. And in the study of Seidner, no, one of the biggest stresses that we have, no, is unplugging after work, okay. So I do hope, no, that as teachers, it is also very important na talaga pong pagkatapos po ng ating work, sana po ba-boundary po tayo, okay? And spend time, no, to have self-care, to have self-compassion, to have self-forgiveness, and also take care of our loved ones, okay? Number two is loneliness, no? Marami po talagang nalungkot lalo na pag ikaw lang ay mag-isa sa iyong boarding house or condo and you are far from your loved ones, no? And of course, the poor collaboration and communication. Minsan nagkakaroon ng mga misinterpretation. Okay? Staying motivated, disruptions in the family, no? And of course, finding a reliable Wi-Fi, no? Imagine, no, ang hina po ng Wi-Fi sa Pilipinas. Okay? When you go to Korea or Japan, parang, oh my golly, huling-huli ang Pilipinas. Okay? And it is very important that in this VUCA world, no, for us to find really the inner healing. Okay? It is very important that we go for the new VUCA. Okay? And that is what you call visioning. Okay? Knowing your purpose. Okay? Your meaning. Okay? For us to be given the understanding and the clarity and the agility of a growing mindset, no, for us to be flexible, okay, in this time of the new normal and the next new normal, okay. And you can definitely write your vision, okay. And yung iba po nagkaroon na ng recalibrated vision in this new normal, okay. And I do hope that of course, all of us teachers should really be online and offline, should really be the absolute truth of our students, no? Going back to basic to become really a great example, okay? Because we are the absolute truth of our students, okay? I do hope that we can be enabler, okay? That we can be a good influencer, no? And I do hope that we can really be an inspiration by touching the hearts of our students, okay? And yeah, so this is the question and you can definitely type it in our chat box, no? So wala naman pong maling sagot, no? That as a Pafte member, no, what is your vision? Or a Pafte leader, okay? What is your vision? Especially as we are now into the now normal and next new normal, okay? And it's very important, no, itong vision na ito ay nasisira po ng new normal stresses, okay? And this is what they call some decrease in nonverbal stimuli. Okay? A lot of distractions in the family. Okay? Finances were also affected. Values, no, because of a lot of disinformations and stroll, no. The many applications that we have, okay? Especially online apps. Okay? Tendency to be unproductive, minsan po, tamad na tamad tayo, okay? Or sometimes, work, work, and work. We don't sleep anymore, okay? And then some negative thoughts about what will happen to ourselves, our family, what will happen to the new next normal, okay? And of course, excess baggages, okay? Our hatred, our jealousy, okay, our unforgiveness, okay, unfinished businesses. Some confusions, no, there are people who who somewhat had some conflicts with themselves as well, no, with their career choices, okay. So do I need to prioritize my children, okay, in the online learning, or resign already because of, yeah, no, conflicts in the time, the schedule, the values, okay. And of course, isolation in my counseling, no. So some of the problems are isolation, loneliness, and uncertainty, okay, because of lack of peer support, okay. And of course, now, as we go to the next new normal, because we are really into the face to face now, no, we've been reporting for our job since last year, no, 5 days a week, no, transportation, okay, uh, balancing our our role as a mom, a young mom, okay, for some, a lola, okay, for others, okay, an employee, okay, a teacher, our mission as a teacher, okay. And of course, because of all of these problems, the new stresses that we have is also what we call the oversharing, no? Ito po yung sobrang pag-post ng mga videos, okay, or photos, okay? Posting a lot of details about romantic relationships that should be private, conflicts in the family, dramas, okay? And somewhat venting every emotion via social media, okay? Or unfortunately, posting nude or embarrassing videos, or also a threat to safety, showing a lot of check-in status, okay, and sharing excessive photos, okay. And the worst form of that is sad fishing, okay. It is writing of unhappiness, no, or emotional problems in a vague way and sympathetic response, no. So if we use our technology to vent out every negative emotions that we have, okay. So always remember that we also need our digital well-being, okay, as one of the also the snippets, no, or the factors, okay, of holistic well-being, okay, because we have to also remember that we all have the right to post anything in our social media or other online platforms, no, but always remember that there's also a caveat for that, no, or the limitation is that that right of posting everything is not absolute, okay, especially if we are the trigger, no, of false information, if we are a trigger of stress, especially for those who follows us, no, that creates emotional contagion. So these are some of the new signs that we have, no, wherein we tend to overshare and sad fish, which is very unethical, no, and lack of boundary, which can also be a sign of some personality disorders in mental health. Okay. And these are some of the risks of oversharing, aside from the emotional contagion. People who can read it can have the tendency to have loss of reality, okay? Some sleeplessness, worries, they will tend to be anxious, no, isolation, some loneliness, no, tendency to be depressed, okay? Or also some social media addiction because of really wrong publicity, okay. And of course, it's very important that we'll be protected by our mental health, no, by really knowing our strengths, which is the inner strength, okay? Thoughts, feelings, and behavior, values, and character strength anchored by our environmental strength. Okay? The resilience, the new science of resilience, no? The adversity quotient, the ability to bounce back, no? And of course, the right attachment to significant people in our lives, so as to prevent stress that can lead to burnout, no? Okay? That can lead to some mental health concerns. Okay? And these are some of the signs, no, of some tendencies for depression. Okay, so if we are having some 5+ symptoms over 2 weeks of this, okay, either depressed mood or diminished interest, and 4 or more of the black fonts. Okay, one of that also is some sleeping problem. Okay, weight loss, psychomotor agitation. Okay, loss of energy or fatigue, no, worklessness or guilt, inability to concentrate, indecisiveness. Okay, or at worst, some thoughts of death or suicide. Okay, so it's very important that We have to have the professional humility to ask for help. And one of the core values that we are also advocating in FEU is bravery. Okay, the ability to face our concerns, no, to face our weaknesses, no, and do something about it. Okay, and of course, one also of the mental health problems now of the Filipinos, no, the top two is the GAD, or the generalized anxiety disorder. So if our students are experiencing one or more of this nearly every day for 6 months, and for us adults, no, teachers and mentors here, if we are experiencing three or more of that nearly every day for 6 months. So don't wait for not sleeping, no, or worrying or fretting, no, uh, in uh, in the time of 6 months. Oh my golly, no. So it can really lead to some disorder. So this will start with worry, exaggerated worry, or somewhat magnified worry that can lead to anxiety. So it's very important that you share it to someone that you trust. You share it to your to your mental health professionals who can handle it. Okay? And that worry that can lead to anxiety can lead to some sleeplessness. Okay? And it can also provide you fatigue. No? And if you're not sleeping normally, you tend to be irritable. You will be restless. It can break a lot of relationships, no? And even your career and mission in life, no? Especially for our dear students. No? That can also lead to some physical concerns. And it's very important that we be the strength, the support, and the anchor, no, and the mentor, okay, as a teacher, no, okay, and it's very important that it really starts with self-awareness, no, and the decision coming from you. And I would like to quote this, that the universe only gives you challenges, and it knows that you are strong enough to overcome. Okay, so look at your weakness, no, get the wisdom of that weakness and recalibrate it to become strength by making an action plan. Okay, and one of the strengths that we have, no, in this new normal, especially in this VUCA world, is what we call learning agility. Okay, so it's very important that it starts from us now. Organized thoughts, feelings, and behavior, for us to be open-minded, no, caring, and reflective. Okay, healthy communication online and offline. Okay, of course, very important that you also really study, and upgrade ourselves, no? Thinking, okay? Transfer of technology, creative thinking, and critical thinking, media literacy. Of course, research is very important, okay? And of course, a lot of collaborations to different stakeholders, no? Like Pafte, okay? And it's very important that we focus on our strengths, no? And of course, the strengths of our loved ones, our offices, our school, our community, our family that we are serving in our country. Okay. And in the 9 blocks of well-being, according to the model of Donaldson, which is the recalibrated positive psychology, okay, that we have to have the 9 building blocks of well-being for positive functioning, or what they call the PERMA plus 4. Okay. So it starts with a positive mindset, healthy thoughts and cognition that will become your belief and mindset. And this will provide you the positive emotion. Okay? And this positive emotion will give you a positive relationship online and offline. You will be engaged with your mission as a teacher in your mission, okay, as a mentor. And this will also provide you accomplishment in your holistic well-being. You can navigate the environment amidst the pandemic. Okay? Of course, the bonus of that is economic security, and you will find, no, your meaning, no, and purpose in your life, no, by having this subjective well-being. Okay, so this is the anchor of the webinar. Okay, and this is one of my dreams, no, to go to University of Pennsylvania for the positive psychology. So a few years back, I went there, no, to study, no, some programs about positive psychology, and the major author is Dr. Martin Seligman. Okay, and in Martin Seligman's model on positive psychology, okay, uh, he anchored it with the strengths-based approach. Okay, and if you have the healthy thoughts, the feelings, and the behavior of Donaldson, you will definitely have your individual strengths. Okay, your personal qualities, which are also your values. No? You can definitely improve your unrealized strengths, no? And give you the realized abilities, talents, and skills that can also be your coping mechanism And of course, you will also reach your interests and aspirations and better serve, no, the community. And of course, this is, no, added by our environmental strengths. Our God, our resources, our loved ones, our social networks like Pafte, our friends, and the many opportunities that we have to serve, okay, especially our dear students. And of course, if you combine this force, okay, this will give you a better quality of life in the many areas, no, especially our mission as a teacher. Okay, it will also provide you an integration of your overall health, no, and even your spirituality for us to accomplish more and to recover from the power and that was diminished by this pandemic. Okay. And according to the study of the American Psychological Association, specifically by Leadbeater et al., no, that we have to really focus on our strengths, no, rather than our problems, okay? Because this will build more strengths, it will be preventive, it has a long-term impact, and it will sustain more and target different variations of risk. Okay? In the book of Sigel in positive psychology, that strengths are what you call the built-in thoughts, feelings, and behavior. So sometimes we look on the strengths, no, by buying our bags, no, that are very expensive. Okay, buying some material things, no, going into gadget, no, but it's definitely within us, and our strength is definitely inherent with us. Okay, and this strength are what you call in various forms, no? And this can be your interest that you develop, okay? The skills that you nourish, no? Okay? And the resources that you have, okay? And you can definitely write in our chat box what are some of the interests or skills, no, and resources, no, that provided you to prevent worrying in this time of pandemic. Okay? So you can definitely write it in your chat box, okay? And for me, one of the things, no, that really made me busy is the youth empowerment. No, we created this peer organization of the Philippines pre-pandemic. No, and these are what they call the youth. Okay, helping the youth. Okay, and this is anchored with the National Organization of Counselors. No, in the country wherein I'm heading it. No, the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, and this is the peer organization of the Philippines. No, the junior affiliate for our counselors. Okay, and of course, some advocacy that I'm doing. Okay, so it was also recalibrated into online, no, and in my work in the Unila Foundation, okay, in collaboration with FEU and Ateneo, okay, so we were also given the opportunity, no, to work with a good friend, Father Tito. So we have a show with ABS-CBN, that's Wonder Teacher, and we are advocating for the social emotional learning and character strengths, no, and of course the STEM education in the country. Okay, and of course my environmental strength is our God. Okay, this is my little family, my loved ones, of course my mom. Okay, and of course my late dad. Okay, and of course the service that we have in the community and in our country. Okay, so I'm also working in a foundation. I'm working in the Unila Foundation. So we are doing some works, no, with the mental health advocacy that we have in the country. Okay, working for UNICEF, no, working for Save World Vision, no, and other organizations. Okay, so it's a multi-sectoral approach as well. Okay, and of course, as we go for our strength, no, we also develop, no, the thoughts, the feelings, the behavior can also be developed, no, through faith. Okay, so faith in God. Okay, faith in your supreme being. Okay, hope, a lot of hope. Okay, a lot of love, a lot of transcendence by seeing the silver lining, and a lot of character strengths anchored by positive psychology. Okay, and according to the Gallup's model, that if you really want to really have the strength, okay, especially in this now normal, and as we bridge into the next new normal, we have to remember this Gallup's model, evidence-based, no, formula, the talent, which is the God-given talent of thinking, feeling, and behaving, no, and you multiply it with a lot of investment, okay? A lot of investment to practice the character strength of perseverance, okay? So that you can develop your knowledge, and that is not only knowledge but the skills, no, the values and the attitude, no, to become great mentors, no, especially as we are going to the next new normal, so that we can have the strength, okay, which is the ability to constantly provide near perfect performance, okay. And according to Grout, that ikaw, ako, all of us, no, are a field of energy and strength, especially for our family and for our dear students and community. Okay? And one of the things that I'm also advocating is this cognitive behavior technique. Okay? So this cognitive behavior technique is an evidence-based, no, a treatment, especially for prevention of mental health problem. Okay, and this is Dr. Aaron Beck, and the daughter is Dr. Judith Beck. So Dr. Aaron Beck is a well-known psychiatrist, no, from UPenn. Okay, so together with his daughter, a psychologist. Okay, and we went into the Beck's Institute in UPenn in the Pennsylvania, no, with my co-org mates, no, okay, in the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. So these are counselors and psychologists in the country, no, and we studied this evidence-based technique. Okay. And we brought it, no, in partnership with the University of the Philippines to train 300 psychologists and counselors in the country. Okay. And one of the techniques that they have, no, is what they call this recalibrating the thought processes. Okay. So for example, I am this girl, no, and for example, one of you is this guy, no, and unfortunately, I step on your foot, for example, okay? And I never said sorry. Okay? So what will be the perception of the guy, no, in this incident? Okay? And the situation is I step on your foot and I never said sorry. Okay? And what will be your perception to me? Okay? For those with impulsive thoughts, tao lang po, no? Okay? You can say na, ano ba naman tong taong ito? Okay? Parang napaka disrespectful. Okay? Or for some who were really somewhat hurt, no? That really makes their nails black, no? Pwedeng sabihin talaga, ano ba naman tong taong tong bastos, no? Hindi man lang nag-sorry, okay? But for those with really, no, mature and broader perspective, okay? They were really raised, no, by the values of their parents, great values of their parents, great education, great experience, no. And after that, you even use coping mechanism in this middle, okay, to recalibrate your impulsive thoughts, okay. So, for example, you talk to your office mate, you talk to your counselor, okay? And for example, I talk to you, example lang, kunyari ako rin yung counselor, kunyari lang po, no? And I told you, maybe you have to weigh, no? Okay? Yung thoughts mo ba talaga ay valid, no? Totoo bang sinasadya niya? Okay? So after that, magkakaroon ka po ng evaluation and insight when you talk to someone that you trust and not the whole world, no, knowing it. So hindi nyo po iti-Twitter yung tao or i-FB or Snapchat, no. At sabihin mo na ito tong babaeng tong nagtapak sa akin, no. Because sometimes we tend to be impulsive, no. And after that, gagaan po ang feelings ninyo. Okay? You will have a better behavior and you will have healthy physical reaction. Okay, so always remember in this cognitive behavior technique, no, that the problem is not the situation, okay? But the problem is how we negatively react to the situation. Okay, but the solution is we have to really respond, no, in a healthy thought. Okay, to assess the situation through perceptions. Okay, have some coping mechanism to recalibrate your feeling. Okay, and of course, I will have a healthy behavior and a healthy physical reaction. Just in case that you face again, you're that girl, no? For example, siya pala yung bagong boss mo, okay? Or siya pala yung bagong biyanan mo, etc. Okay? And according to Grout, no, that you impact the field and draw from it. Okay? So the most crucial there is not only the thought, no, but how you cement it through your beliefs. No? So it's very important that you really go for coping mechanism, no, to really recalibrate that irrational thought, no, to become healthy belief. Okay, and so for example, no, kayo po ay may problema, no, like I think lahat po tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong concern. Okay, I'll just charge this. So if you have negative thoughts, no, okay, like sometimes we have a tendency to complain, no? Okay, we're not proactive minsan, no? Tao lang po. You will say, oh, there's an overwhelming load, no, of work from home tasks, no? At reklamo tayo na reklamo, no? And we cannot focus, and most of your office mates are already working, no? And this will provide us the feelings of anxiety. So you will become anxious, no? Nervous and down. And then the physical reaction is avoiding your task kasi habang nagrereklamo ka, tumatambak pa po, no? Yung lalo yung trabaho ninyo. And of course, the results will be failure. Okay, so the root cause of the problem is definitely our thoughts. Okay? So these automatic thoughts are very dangerous. No? It can be quick thoughts. That's why it's very important that you talk to someone that you trust as a social being. Okay? You go for coping mechanism. Okay? One for the mind, one for the body, and one for the spirit. No? So that you can divert your worries, no? And be objective with the problem. So us, to avoid these cognitive distortions. These cognitive distortions are cancer of your mind, no, that will block your life, no, like overthinking, no, becoming fretful, okay? Magnification and exaggeration. Okay? And sabi po dito, why do we distort reality? Everyone does, no? That's why it's very important that you go for self-care, okay? Because alam nyo, importante po that we take care of our self-care, no? And one of the values that we have, no, is to take care of our health and well-being. And that is what we call our holistic well-being. Okay? So, piliin nyo po yung pinaka-importante sa inyo, sa buhay ninyo. It can be God, it can be marriage, no? It can be your giving back, it can be your work, no? Your career, okay? Your mission. But for now, it's health and well-being. Okay? At in order for you to make a self-care, no, so that you can really have the holistic well-being, okay? Tingnan po natin, what do you value? Okay? So for example, we value, no, the one of the essentials for now is really health and well-being, no? Bakit kailangan mo siya? Okay? Of course, to fulfill your mission, no? Meron ka mission sa buhay to mentor our dear students, okay? To also, alam nyo, mabuhay po tayo para din po sa makita pa po natin yung mga ating mga anak, makita natin mga apo natin, okay? We want to share more, we want to build legacy, okay? So importante po that we value, no? Health and well-being, no? And of course, what are some of the activities that you want to implicate, okay? One of the activities is, for example, it's a show the name Ignacio or shake, for example. You can have one for the mind, one for the body, and one for the spirit. Okay? So if you're into music, no, something that is aligned with the interest that you have, but definitely not fake enjoyment, but healthy one. You can also go for some evidence-based technique on mindfulness and meditation. Okay? Lifelong learning, like attending Pafte events, no, taking lots of break, right? Like Pomodoro technique. Okay? So every 25 minutes, you take a break after finishing a task. Okay? Or the food, no? So it's very important that we sleep 8 hours to 10 hours. Eat a nourishing food. Okay. So one of my inspirations there is my husband, because my husband is a vegetarian. Okay. So he's really the influencer, especially for taking care of ourselves, no, in the family, and of course our spirit. Okay. So prayers, meditation, human connections, okay, connecting with your friends or loved ones, self-reflections, journaling. And after that, you can also anchor, no, some of your co-advocates for health and well-being, your mom, your dad, your loved ones, your friends, your co-teachers, okay, your co-FAFTE members, no? And at the same time, what do you really want to accomplish, no? So these are the values, no? Like great work, no? Really joy and happiness, no? In your life, okay? And becoming a good person, okay? So we are all for the holistic well-being of PAFTE family, no? And at the end of my talk, I do hope that we can be the best advocate of our strengths, no? And our inner strengths and our environmental strengths, no? And I do hope that we can also be the strength, no, of the country. And I do hope that we can nourish our strengths and be grateful for our gift of strengths. Okay. So I do hope that you can be the best you. I do hope that we can share our strengths to our family, no? to our students, of course, to Pafte family in our community for a meaningful existence, so that we can find our place in our community, and so that we can have a healthy psychological well-being and be flourishing in the new normal for us to prevent mental health problem. Okay, and according to one of my idols again, a great painter, Pablo Picasso, that the meaning of life, the true meaning of life, is to find your gift. Okay? And I do hope the gift of strength. Okay? And I do hope that the purpose of life, to give it away, give it as a legacy to the next generation. And maraming salamat po. I do hope that you learned something from this little talk that I gave. And of course, if we have realizations, I do hope that we can have the professional humility to stop it and implicate our well-being journey. Okay? And maraming salamat po. These are some of my books that I've written with Rex Education. I do hope that you can check it out because the proceeds of my book will go to my organization, the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, for the mental health advocacy that we are doing for the country. Okay? So thank you so much. Maraming salamat po, Pafte family, for the invite. Ako po si Sheikh Hoxon, and you can definitely like my page, my Instagram, my YouTube, And of course, I can also see some of our friends here. Maraming salamat po for the invite. God bless you. And of course, Dr. Navarro, who is also from Pakukowa. Maraming salamat. I'm also po from Pakukowa. And Dr. Yeah, so si Ma'am po. Yeah. Okay, thank you po and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hobson, for the much needed explanation on mental health, which all of us need to understand, not only for ourselves, but to help others. We have a
Yeah,
few
thank you po.
minutes. We have a few minutes for open forum. Please, may I ask the participants to type your questions in the chat box, and our question and answer committee member, Dr. Milagros Borabo, will relay the question to Dr. Hobson. Dr. Borabo?
Thank you so much, Dr. Clotty, for that kind introduction. Truly, our participants are highly engaged, Dr. Sheikh. And
Thank you po.
ang dami pong tanong, more than 15. So I'm going to
Oh my
start.
God.
If ever the questions are unanswered, may we request you to answer them because we're going to send them to you and we're going to post this in the
Yes, ma'am. Pwede po yung
website.
assignment.
Okay po. The first
Great
question
to
here.
meet you po, Dr. Mila.
I thank you so much. The first question is, how can we embrace discomforts in order to be more emotionally agile? This one from educator Chris.
Yeah, very important po talaga that we have some discomforts, So it's very important po that you also go for some coping mechanism, like what I gave you. One for the mind, one for the body, and one for the spirit. Or, very important po, as a human being and a social being, you really have to share it to someone that you trust, Kasi minsan po yung mga discomforts natin, nagiging cognitive distortion po yan. Minsan po, na ma-magnify natin masyado, napapalaki natin, nagiging lindol siya, Or na-exaggerate natin. But if we share it to someone else, gagaan po siya, magkakaroon po tayo ng tension reduction, and makikita natin na mababaw pala yung problema natin minsan. Or, it is also very important for me po, Saturdays and Sundays are really well-being breaks for me. So I really go for well-being breaks. And then, ang aking pong mga team, especially in FEU guidance, wala po talaga kaming trabaho ng Sabado at Linggo except for emergency cases, Pero we don't have any emails or Viber or Messenger. Pagkatapos po ng trabaho namin, wala po talaga paggabi. Except for kung may mga suicidal po talaga, yun lang, So I also do respect the boundaries of my office mates, And we also, in the Unila Foundation, we also have a well-being break. So meron po kaming mga well-being break or well-being days, Kaya importante po na sana ma-approve din po yung mga well-being days, Kasi nasa kongreso na po yan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheikh. We have one here, and it's a personal question. How would I know if my son has conquered this depression? It has been 2 years. He isn't back into my real son. Thanks.
Yeah, actually po, kung diagnose po yung inyong anak, no, it's very important po talaga na patingnan ninyo. But unfortunately po kasi ang depression ay talaga pong it's a long-term one, no? Okay? And only your doctors can assess po, no, if they are already in the mild, the moderate, or the severe. Kaya po importante po that we follow, no? We follow po yung advice ng ating mga doctors. And marami pong nagiging problema pag hindi po sumusunod sa gamot, no? Kasi po alam nyo, ang gamot, it's also a cycle. So para po siyang chemotherapy. Pag hindi nyo po sinunod yung 8 cycle, no, babalik po kayo sa cycle 1. So lalala siya. So it's very important that we anchor ourselves with the professional humility to anchor the experts, no? At hindi po tayo kasi ang makakapagsabi niyan, but it also entails assessment.
Thank you again. From our national president, Dr. Corpus, many students claim that they are depressed. Isn't that word depressed loosely used today?
Yeah, actually po, kaya ko rin po pinakita kanina yung depression. Those were really the evidence-based symptoms that were created by the DSM-5, the book of mental health problem. So na-overuse po talaga siya, but the right one who can only diagnose depression are psychologists. No? So kami po yon, psychologists and psychiatrists. But it is very important that there's what they call full assessment. Okay? So minsan po, mali po minsan yung sinasabi na depressed ako but with no diagnosis. Okay? Iba po kasi yung malungkot ka lang sa depressed ka. No? So meron po siyang symptoms talaga. And it affects the behavior, it affects the affect, the soma, the body, and the cognition.
Doctor, I'm going to just read 2 more and the rest we're going to reserve this for our website. There are so many, I cannot read them all, no? How can we differentiate positive psychology from toxic positivity? Thank you.
Yeah, so iba po kasi yung positive psychology, no? Yung positive psychology kasi is a theory, no? Yung toxic positivity po kasi is usually pag nagsasabi po tayo na lagi tayong positive, no? Okay? Or lagi po tayo nagsasabi na kunyari po may nagsabi sa iyo na oh kaya mo 'yan, okay? Mababaw lang ang mga problema na 'yan, okay? So I do hope that we can be careful pag meron pong mga ganong problema, no? Importante po na makinig. Okay? Importante po na you assure your friends or your students that you will be there for them, but you also empower them, no? To really make their solutions, no? Okay? At hindi po tayo yung parang kunyari po, there are also instances of toxic positivity wherein hindi maka-Diyos yung tao, no? Atheist, hindi naniniwala sa Diyos, and we will tell us, oh, God is the answer. No? So, psychological risk po yon, okay? So, I do hope that we can have empathy. So, iba po yung positive psychology sa toxic positivity. Positive psychology is a model. Toxic positivity po is yung pong mga sobrang mga words natin, no? Na minsan po nagbibigay ng harm rather than good.
Thanks. The last po, and the rest will be given to you. Nakaka-relate po kasi maraming tao dito. Please give advice on how teachers can manage anxiety when it is triggered by the administrators themselves, certainly. This has caused many colleagues to resign and a lot are planning to do so.
Yeah. So, I think, ma'am, katulad po nung pinakita ko kaninang diagram, no? Okay? Alam nyo, yung mga administrators natin, may kanya-kanya pong personality yan. Okay? So it's very important, no, yung open-mindedness and perspective, no? And I do hope meron po kasi tayong tinatawag, no, yung meritocracy. Okay? So ibig sabihin po that you really don't go for merits, okay? So for example, you have an administrator na feeling mo slave driver siya. Okay? Tingnan niyo yung bakit siya slave driver? Okay? Ano po yung background niya, no? Like for example, seeing yung isang mahirap na tao, kunyari po nasa daan po tayo, may pulube, no? Minsan ang perception natin, naku, itong mahirap na ito, tamad, no? Kasi pulube siya, okay? Lagi niyo po tatandaan na kung bakit po siya nagkaganyan, no? Hindi niya po kagustuhan yan, okay? He or she is a product of his or her past, no? Of the family, no? At hindi po lahat ng mahirap ay tamad. May mga pinagdaanan po sila. Okay? So, tingnan nyo po, no, yung dynamics ng inyong mga bosses at administrators, no? At tingnan nyo po yung lakas nila, okay? And tingnan nyo po yung style nila at doon kayo sumabay, no? Kasi alam nyo, even in the public and in the private, no, talaga pong nag-change yung ating mga administrator. Okay? So, it's very important that you really go for the right response, no? By the right perspective and perception. Okay? So, I think perceptions and mindsets are very important. Okay? And maganda po talaga yung coping mechanism. Okay? Katulad po nung sinasabi ko sa inyo na huwag niyong dalhin yung problema ng boss nyo sa bahay ninyo. Okay? Magkaroon po kayo ng one for the mind, one for the body, and one for the spirit so that you can rechannel kasi ang buhay nyo hindi lang naman para sa eskwelahan.
Maraming salamat. So, let us flood our chat box with heart emoticons for Dr. Hoxton. Marami pong salamat, Dr. Hoxton.
Maraming salamat po, no? And it's an honor to be invited with all the gurus here. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Dr. Hoxton, do stay on. Thank you very much, Dr. Bravo, for facilitating the open forum. And we will now ask Dr. Rita Tagalog and Dr. Brenda Corpus to please open the cameras for the awarding of certificate to Dr. Hoxton. The Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, in partnership with Lorimar Publishing Incorporated, awards this certificate of recognition to Dr. Sheila Marie G. Hoxton in grateful recognition and appreciation for her lofty thoughts, brilliant ideas, and rich experiences shared as resource speaker on the topic mental health and wellness during the 12th Midyear Pafte Convention with the theme Innovation, where collaboration, creativity, and technology meet, May 20 to 21, 2022, via Microsoft Live. Signed, Rita May Tagalog, Executive Secretary, and Dr. Brenda P. Corpus, President. Thank you
so
very much.
Po. Thank you so much, Doc. Salamat
Thank
po.
you very much. Okay. Our second speaker for this afternoon is a doctoral graduate of education with a specialty in curriculum and innovation, coming from the University of Maryland. While still in the United States and continuing her career in the Philippines, she has received recognition as a model teacher, not only in the classroom, but especially as a teacher trainer of experienced, beginner, and pre-service teachers. She received one of many recognitions from the Montgomery County Public Schools, one of the top 5 most prestigious school systems in the United States. She has given talks, seminars, and workshops across the country on competencies in being a skillful teacher. She was elected a board member of Catholic Education Association of Schools, Colleges, and Universities in the Philippines and has been an active member of Pafte. As president of St. Pedro Poveda College, our speaker made it a point to channel the institution's social responsibility to teacher training in schools with least resources, supporting a teacher volunteer training program in a school for street children, and the Head Start schools of Kawad Kalingat, or Habitat for Humanity in the Philippines. For the last 5 years, she has worked as a senior member and consultant as teacher specialist for EDIW, Education for an Interdependent World. She was involved in the design and implementation of 3 EU projects on youth, one of which had for its pilot component the sending to the Philippines of 6 young European workers to work in 3 public schools and in the School for Children on raising level of interest through an eclectic blend of methodologies in teaching math. She is currently involved in an EU HEI project turning higher education in Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now give our utmost attention to our dear speaker, Dr. Emma T. Melgarejo, the Academic Director and Project Coordinator for Asia and the Americas for Education for Independent World. Dr. Melgarejo.
Thank you, Dr. Claude Arcangel, for that generous introduction. Claude and I were friends and classmates in UST at the College of Education, so that was a very nice introduction for me actually to be reunited with Claude at this conference of Pafte, which, by the way, I'm very honored to be invited by Pafte in this conference to share with you our experience of Project Fourth. It's an Erasmus Plus project co-funded by the European Commission as an exemplar of an innovation of higher education, the product of collaboration among its partners. And with me today are actually the partners that we have in the Philippines, with the coordinators of the 5 universities that we've got. We have Dr. Junior Rosales from PUP, Dr. Maria Asuncion Tequila from West Visayas State U, Dr. Rita Lucas from CEU, Dr. Adoro Cerudo from USEP, and Dr. Rick Ver Ureta from the University of St. La Salle in Bacolod. We're very, very happy to be able to present or to share with you our experience of Fourth. So the title of the conference is Collaboration, Technology, and Innovation, and we're presenting to you in these 3 facets of the conference, Project Fourth. You have here the logo of Project Fourth. As you can see, it evokes motion, it evokes spirit, it evokes energy. This is what we would like to share with you today. Let me just start with some ideas of what innovation is, and we plug in Project Fourth in it. Innovation is not just merely giving ideas. It's actually a response to a perceived need. It takes intention steps in a long process until that innovative product is reached. Something completely new happened in an innovative experience, and usually it's embedded in a value system which is translated into implementation that is replicable. One of the innovative characteristics of Project Fourth is that out of a diversity of partners, a living community of learning, practice, and purpose is created. You can see here the different logos of the partners of Project Fourth. Another innovative aspect of Fourth is the creation of an identity. A collective Fourth identity that was created fortifies the individual and institutional identity. The collective identity is not in juxtaposition with the individual identity of each partners. Actually, it is a synergy. It's having an effect greater than the sum of their separate effects. And you see this in the image that we have selected here. Everybody going together, each one on its own path, but together in one direction. The direction is the identity that would be Project Fourth. Another innovation that we have in Project Fourth is a different concept of training. Training in Project Fourth is the collective harnessing of expertise and experience of partners within the partnership. We are used to having somebody train us. In Project Fourth, our own expertise becomes the resource of training one another in order to reach the goal that all of us would like to reach in terms of a finished product. Here you see European partners as well as Philippine partners collaborating, especially in the creation of the major in the Masters of Education, teaching in challenged areas. Partner Project Fourth is also an ecological system of partnership driven by social innovation. What is the social innovation that we aim to have here? It's to change the narrative of teaching in challenged areas from one focus on problems to one of opportunity for social transformation. It's an innovation that is driven by a mission that no child should be left behind. The type
Hello?
of management of Project Fourth is also an innovation because management turns to be invitation, recognition, direction, and the empowerment of partners. It's based on a clear articulation of a project design, the invitation to all the partners to own the design so that we all can realize the common purpose going on the same direction. You could see this in the image that we have chosen here. What are some of the common direction we have been working on? It is the creation of teaching in challenged area, a new major in the Masters of Education. And together we have created a curriculum, the assessment until it is approved by CHED. Another invitation in order to work collectively are the training webinars that we have started and that we have finished actually in February of this year. We started in June and finished 23 sessions until March. And the third one is the action research. Another aspect of innovation is sustainability beyond the project term, pushing forward. We're now in the process of creating a fourth community of learning, practice, and advocacy for teachers in challenged areas. The hope is that we could replicate the fourth experience in similar contexts in the Philippines and in other parts of the world, as well as the creation of an Erasmus Mundus plus degree, a joint master's degree with our universities here and the universities, first of all in Europe and in other universities that could partner with us in this joint master's degree. It would be the first experience of such sort in the Philippines. For all these innovations that we have experienced in fourth, collaboration is actually the key in Project Fourth as an exemplar of innovation. So we have fourth style collaboration with the following attributes: the clarity in a recognized and identifiable urgent need that can be expressed by expertise of partners. Because time and energy are limited resources, partners must see the real need that drives this collaboration. What is the need that all of us have seen in this? We all believe that education is one of the factors of change in any society. And yet we find out that education is so far behind in far-flung areas, in its products, and in the development of its teachers, that we were forced to ask, where is intervention most needed? If we had a chance to have a project where intervention can be implemented, can be done, where is this most needed? Therefore, several questions come in this concern. What if the academe, we said, the schools, the communities, the ministries of education can work as an ecological system to change the narrative of teaching in challenged areas as one of opportunity to be part of societal change? What if we look at this as an opportunity to be part of social transformation? What if teachers in these places are reinforced with a curriculum that they themselves find relevant in and trained as recognized professionals in the practice. What if we can change the narrative of teaching in challenged areas from one of the problems to one of opportunity in being part of social transformation, one teacher at a time, one school at a time, with a university leading the training and supported and assisted by the corresponding ministries of education? What if we can make all these things happen? As a response to these different questions that we have asked, Project Fourth is born. Collaboration, fourth style, again, is expressed in the ownership of mission and vision in the pursuit of a goal wherein partners see themselves as making a difference. With this particular message that we would like to give to our students, wherever they are, in whatever challenge they may be immersed in. To every student, we want to say, you are important, you can achieve in the school, and we will be there for you. I, your teacher, will be there for you. This is the message that we will give fourth style in this aspect of collaboration, as we own both mission and vision. Collaboration fourth style is also expressed in a sense of belonging. It is so motivating and so encouraging to see all the partners working together, giving their resources, their personnel, their technological possibilities in creating anything that we set to create in Project Fourth. And one of these that had been very successful actually are what we did with the training webinars, 23 of them from June to February. If you look into the program of these webinars, it could be very easily seen how every partner, including the ones in Europe, were part of the implementation in the selection of speakers and in the planning of the webinars themselves. You see here some of the highlights of the speakers that we have had, okay, during our different webinars. Collaboration fourth style also is characterized by the reinforcement of the individual entities or the individual partners in the process of collaboration. It thrives on the creation of teams composed of the different stakeholders because we believe that interest begets creativity and common interest begets camaraderie. You could see this in the way we have related with one another so that work becomes light. It is serious, light, and fun at the same time. Why? Because this common interest begets the camaraderie and the climate that is very characteristic of Project Fourth. I would like to share with you now one of the observations of our European partners. They are so used to projects. Some of them have 90 projects, 100 projects, and yet all of them say, never have they experienced the synergy and the collaboration that they have seen among us in Project Fourth. Perhaps it's the characteristics of the Filipinos, but indeed, this synergy has been very, very much felt throughout these 2 years that we have been together. No sign of competition whatsoever in this collaboration fourth style among its different partners. Fourth style is also characterized with reciprocity, participation, common reflection as ingredients in real time of what constitutes collaboration among us. Another thing that is part of collaboration is the creation of a new identity articulated in a motto and in a logo or an image or a slogan. If I were to put it in another similarity or another image or idea, Fourth becomes the first name of this new creation with the last name, the universities and the partners that are part of it. It is the first name that binds us together. It's that identity that have been forged in the process that has been step by step created, as we have said before. As you can see here, we have the logo that is composed of darting arrows moving forward in this mission that we have all embraced in order to be part of the change that we would like to aim, not only in our society in the Philippines, but frankly in every place that fourth can be an impact when there are challenges in education, especially in those places where challenges do exist. And the slogan that we have been sharing together is, we are going forth. So we end our letters, we end our communication with an encouragement, go forth, because this is what we want. Collaboration in fourth also is seen in the way management is lived, is handled, is implemented in the partnership. It's a management that empowers, it sets a clear track of direction, and is accompaniment in the process. It offers the vision, articulates the need for the vision, and designs a roadmap. Which pathways to choose by each partners are left for members to discover. And this is the richness, actually, that each member contributes. We discover what is best as we move and we walk together in the process that we have set for ourselves. The role of the academic director is essential or is key in this collaboration. This person is present here in the Philippines and establishes the systematic and periodic connections, either online or in group meetings, in order to get this solidity among the partners. It is a person that is open to partner suggestions, and it is a person that encourages the very design, that as the project progresses, the design becomes enhanced by the creativity of their partners, of each partner, in the implementation of the design. Can you imagine the effort? Actually, it is effort, but it's an effort that seems to have been coming naturally in the process of creating the teacher training webinars. We had 23 sessions in these webinars, and we have considered it one of the best experiences that we have in this Project Fourth collaborative process. Another thing that is part of this collaboration is the awareness that something new is being born. And it's something new that is being born in its gestation. CHED has been a very non-negotiable element that guided us in the process. Fourth, as a project in higher education, is able to wed the demands of academics and the response driven by participation in the much needed social change in training teachers in challenged areas. We are going forth, united in a common belief. First, the teachers must be equipped as a medium and facilitator of learning for every child, wherever this child may be. Second, our belief in the person of the student, with everyone's inalienable right to learn and grow to the person God wants him to be. And third, the belief that both goals are possible with a systematic approach that we in the teaching profession can make this happen. So it's the belief in the individual teacher, the belief in what every student can be, and the belief that we as teachers in the education profession can make both beliefs real. Make this belief true for the teacher and for the students as well. We have gone forth and we're going forth with new major in the Masters of Education, an existing Masters of Education. The new major being Teaching in Challenged Areas. In 2022, there will be 3 universities that are implementing these majors: West Visayas, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and the University of St. LaSalle. We're also going forth in our training seminars and webinars. In the webinars that we just had, we were able to reach out to teachers beyond our 15,000 mark of attendees. We're also going forth in the much longed for creation of a 4th professional learning community of teachers in challenged area. And as has been mentioned before, in the first in the Philippines of an Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree. We're also looking forward to connecting with experience of challenged areas in other parts of the world. In summary, Project Forth is an innovation in higher education based on collaboration of equal partners, harnessing each one's full expertise in training teachers to channel the narrative of education as an opportunity to be instruments for the least, the last, and the lost in the challenged areas in the Philippines. The logo shows it all. It's innovation through purposeful collaboration. Purposeful collaboration of moving forward like darting arrows, moving, having a direction, going all together in order to achieve the purpose to change the narrative of teaching in challenged areas, an opportunity for social transformation so that no one of our children could be left behind. Thank you so much for listening to us and for sharing with us as well our experience in Project Forth.
Thank you, Dr. Elma Melgarejo, for your profound sharing about our Project Forth experience, focusing on innovation and collaboration. Oh, and also technology. You know, when we started the project in late 2018, everything was face-to-face. We did school visits, we did training, all of those we did face-to-face. But when the pandemic came, like our regular classes, we also immediately migrated to the virtual modality. So technology also played a big role in continuing the project. Before we start the conversation, responding and reacting to Dr. Emma's presentation, allow us to share with you a video highlighting what we have so far accomplished in Project Forth. It's so wonderful to watch that video and see what we have accomplished so far in the last 3 years of the project. So there are actually 5 Philippine universities collaborating in this project. And I would like to acknowledge again Dr. Maria Asuncion de Quilla, Vice President for Academic Affairs, West Visayas State University. Dr. Junie Rosales, Director, Office of Teaching and Learning, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Dr. Rick Ver Oreta, Dean, College of Education, University of St. LaSalle in Bacolod. And Dr. Adora Cerudo, Deputy Director, Teacher Training and Resource Center of the University of Southeastern Philippines in Davao. And of course, the 5th school is Centro Escolar University, yours truly, the Dean of the School of Education, Rita Lucas. Okay, so we shall now give a 2-minute, I'm watching the time here, 2-minute response or reaction to Dr. Emma's presentation about our key insights on the innovation, technology, and collaboration that we have experienced in Project 4. I think Dr. Diquilla will start. Ma'am?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Rita. Yeah, it was a very inspiring and enriching summary of what we have done so far and where we are directed. I really agree with Dr. Emma Melgarejo that in Project 4th, there is an ecological system of partnership driven by a clear vision, and that is to foster the formation of teachers, our teachers, so that they will sustain the call of the mission to provide hope for those who may be deprived, who may be given less attention and are more or less marginalized in society. It is clear that we want change, and we would like to take part in the change of the narrative in the teaching profession, in teaching, especially in challenged areas, from one that is focused on negativity and problems to one of giving hope, of giving the opportunity that, you know, things can change. And so in a way, if we would really work together, these teachers can also take part in the social transformation, working with one child at a time. And so from the higher education institutions part, we are actively engaged in this project through a graduate program. And so we collaboratively work together. And that's one beautiful experience that I have gone through. And in a way, I have observed among the members, working together collaboratively, even through the webinars. We had exchange of expertise. We ask each other's help in the pursuit of the tasks given to us in this project. So I guess what I also like is that each one of us is open and we share our initiatives with each other, and that's sheer joy. The cluster schools also worked as one. Like, for example, at West Visayas State University, we collaboratively worked with our Dep Ed partners, and they became part of us in all through the steps. We were there. Even when we presented the program that we designed, which is the Master's in Education, major in teaching the challenged areas, our Dep Ed partners were there with us when we presented it during the curriculum review, during the academic council. And we know that all these things we go through when we propose a program. So it's really a wonderful experience that we could see cooperation, collaboration, and support from each other. Well,
Yes.
That's right. So I think another thing is that the management of the project, we were given recognition and we were empowered to work together. And that's why we feel that we all gave birth to this program and to all the activities that we're doing. So there's ownership in the design of the program. So I think it's really something to remember, that we can really make a difference through our respective in our respective sectors.
Thank you, Dr. Dikilia. Dr. Rosales?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Rita Lucas of CEU. And thank you so much as well to our academic director, Dr. Emma Melgarejo. Well, I have three things, three takeaways from the talk of Dr. Melgarejo, and I will be using PUP as my acronym. Okay. First is, of course, like what Ma'am VPAA Dekilia said about partnership. So that's P for PUP, partnership and collaboration. I cannot overemphasize the need for this particular undertaking in this present time, and not just during the present time. I think this will really be very helpful in supporting many universities that are found here in the Philippines, most especially in reaching out to many people, not just in our country, but also in the world, because these partnerships have actually opened a lot of avenues for us who are the first recipients of Project Fort, to open our doors to the world. And it's very exciting that West Visayas State University will be the first one and hopefully the first recipient of the Erasmus Mundus, taking all of us there, the 5 universities, with them as their collaborator. Another is for letter U, the second takeaway. So P, U, and this one is definitely understanding the context of the challenges, as what Ma'am Emma said. Because when this was given birth to, or when the project was actually, out here already, there were so many birth pains, and that's why there were so many challenges that were experienced by each one of us, small, big, even sometimes greater than us. Now we have a lot of sleepless nights, but at the end of the day, it's about delivering what we call the kind of quality education that we want to be felt and experienced by those who are marginalized. And that's why it's very nice that with this kind of partnership that we have among the universities, we were able to somehow identify the different contexts of needs and challenges, because there are those that are identified in urban areas, and then the rural areas, and then the areas with IPs, and those that are really, really found in the hard to reach areas. Lastly, for P, PUP, P for process, because you have to appreciate the entire process. There is always something that will emerge, out of the efforts that have been, exerted by everyone. And we are all happy that after the grueling experiences, but it's not really that sad. No, it's just that there is something to be discovered every time. And each time that a process is successfully undertaken, all of us have a really good sigh of relief, and all of us are smiling because we know where this project is headed. And that is PUP Project Fort Cluster Takeaway, and this is Project Fort in its entirety, I think. So that's all that I can say about Ma'am Emma's presentation. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Dr. Rosales. Thank you. Dr. Ureta?
Yes. Well, I was able to learn a lot from, of course, the sharing of Ma'am Emma a while ago, and of course from what Ma'am Tintin and Ma'am Junie had shared. So, well, my takeaways on this, on the sharing of Ma'am Emma, of course, is I would say that the collaboration that we had as universities, the five universities, together with our partners in Europe, was really unique and, of course, very meaningful because, for one, the project was really very systematic in the sense that it has really a very organized way of putting together what its mission really is. So I would say that it is mission driven. If there's one thing that I can really emphasize in our collaboration with you, our partners in the Project Fourth, and together with our DepEd partners here in Negros Occidental and Bacolod City, is that we are actually mission driven in the sense that despite of the challenges that we face, I think you saw it in the sharing that in the video that we have shared, we were able to cross a lot of rivers. We were able to climb mountains, but no amount of hardships had stopped us just for us to be able to really understand the challenges and to really capture the hardships of our teachers in the far-flung areas. And that's the beauty because each of the universities in this project has its own individual challenges that was brought into the table when we collaborate, and we were able to come up with a wonderful module that has become part of our Master of Arts in Education major in teaching in challenged areas. That's why I'm so proud to be part of this project, and I am so proud that this particular program on MAED PCA was able to was formed because this is a product of several. This is a product of all of our hardships and collaborations. That's why I'm so happy that we are on the process already of also finishing our action researches that will also highlight the interventions that we have done in our respective schools, partner schools in the Department of Education. So I am just so happy to share and to be part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oreta. And Ma'am Cerudo, Dr. Cerudo.
Yes, good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I agree with the statement of Ma'am Emma when she said collaboration is the key in Project Fort as an exemplar of innovation. Truly, it is the key of building strong stakeholders relationship, which allows us and made us to support each other and thrive. It brings us closer together and helps us learn from each other by sharing and listening others' experiences. I really miss that face-to-face meetings that we had. But however, because of this COVID, thanks to this technology that we have now, we still meet and work together, especially finishing our action research, working with our DepEd partners, and of course, sharing also that from time to time, we can collaborate and ask questions from our Project Fort personnel. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay. So we can really see, maybe we can just tell the participants that there are, as I've mentioned, there are 5 universities in the country, but there are also other partners, universities in Spain, in Italy, in of course Groningen University, and there are also other non-government agencies that were with us. So it was a huge group, groups collaborating together. And then for every local university, there were 3 DepEd schools within the cluster. So ganun po kami nagtrabaho sama-sama. At the major things that we were able to do is we came up with a new major in MA in education, teaching in challenged areas. And then we had 23 webinars of different topics. No, ito yung gusto nating i-highlight, no? Saan nanggaling yon? Paano namin nalaman kung anong mga topics? So for me, ang nakita kong innovation is, there is a goal to, as we said, change the narrative. But as to exactly what will happen when we started, we still did not know that. Because what I see as an innovation is the developmental process, as Junie was saying, no, the developmental process, the constructivist kind of workshops that we had. And again, yung sabi rin ni Junie na napapangiti kami kasi pag nakita mo yung gagawin at yung naging resulta, yun pala yun. No, that is what was needed, and we ourselves discovered it as we went along. No? So that's one innovation I saw, how you process the whole project so that it's not something given to you. You do this. It's not like that. It's really developmental. It's not at all prescriptive. Okay, so we were able to do a lot of those outputs out of that. That is what I really saw. No? So, napakakaunti ng oras para sa ating discussion. So, 1 minute closing in terms of what can we say, no? Because for sure, about usually 2,000 or more attend the Pafte conference right now, no? Like right now. So, what tips or insights would you like to share with them who are also eager to have this kind of collaboration with other universities here or abroad? Maybe I would start kasi ako yung nahuli. I would say basically is respect, no? Respect, and also the belief in ourselves and our belief about other people. No? Kasi what I realized is when we came into the project, some of us somehow knew each other, but mostly we were strangers. But when we join a project, you put you step forward with your own belief in your university and what it can give and what it can share, and then also embrace the knowledge and the expertise that the other with whom we are collaborating, and put together, and boom, you would really have a successful collaboration. So to me, that is very, very important. Laging sinasabi ng mga European counterparts, wala raw silang nakitang parang, there's competition among us or what, because it's always a very positive sense of really working together and achieving something together. Who would like to go next?
Yeah, Ma'am Rita?
Yes, Ma'am Adora.
Yes, Ma'am Rita, thank you very much. The tip is we should know what we aim, to achieve our project. So means setting clear goals and expectations with our partners. Then always keep the collaboration alive and thriving. Then by being flexible, and then especially in understanding the cultural background of our partners. Then let us remember also, the importance of sharing and the give and take. That's all.
It cannot be like the way you want it to be, that's the way it's going to be. It's not. So it's really important to be flexible and see how we can arrive and achieve the goal. No? Yes. Who would like to go next?
Sige, I think it's my turn.
Yes, Rick.
Well, of course, one thing I can, of course, advise probably, especially if you are planning to do collaborations, not just locally, but internationally, I think our sense of openness has to be there. Because for one, when you are making collaborations, you are establishing partnership also with another organization which has definitely a diverse background, sometimes culturally different from yours. And if you have that sense of openness, you are trying to welcome any possibilities that may happen in the process of collaborating. And then because of that, you're able to expand and you're able to explore further your relationship and partnership, which eventually can even innovate the outcome of what was the original mission of the project is. So that's why if there's one thing also that I have learned from being part of this collaboration, it's really the sense of openness, which is an add-on to the
Mhm.
respect that Dr. Rita had mentioned a while ago, especially that we have partners from Europe who are not just different culturally, language, and even their system of education, but we begin to listen to them, and we begin to embrace also how they have shared in several meetings that we have. And also, even in the Philippines, there are several reality. There's a different reality in Mindanao, such as what Yusef has been sharing. Different realities in the urban capital in Manila, such as what CEU and PUP has been sharing. A different reality or challenges in Iloilo, and of course, different from us in Bacolod. But what's important is that at the end of the day, we were able to fulfill our mission, and that's basically to help those teachers teaching in the challenged areas. So I think that's one thing I can share.
Yes, kaya nga sa una, we just want to help, but we don't come into the schools like, messianic na, yeah, we're gonna make it better here in your school. It's really discovering the strengths of the school and also where we can come in and enhance, no? So yun yung maganda dun sa project, no? Kasi minsan yun rin, no, for our participants listening to us, di ba? Minsan may project tayo, buo na kung anong gagawin eh. May module na, da-download na lang natin dun sa lugar, no? Pero dito ko nakita yung talagang developmental. Wala tayong dala nung nag-visit tayo ng schools, no? We just really aim to know them and work with them. And kaya nga hindi natin alam yun. Kami, napunta kami sa early numeracy, no? Hindi natin alam, no? But as we develop and then we match it with our own expertise. Kaya talagang tama yung sabi ni Dr. Rick, no? The openness when you do collaboration and innovation, you keep an open mind. We don't prescribe what communities need. We really open our hearts to what they need and draw the expertise of all those who are collaborating. Yes.
That's right.
Julie?
Well, I definitely agree, Dr. Rita, and of course, picking the thread from where Sir Rick left off, openness is really important because the first time that this particular project was open to us, right? We were actually thinking, what is this about? So there's a certain ambivalence, uncertainty, and then all you have to rely on that time is what strengths do we have in our institution, what human resource complement or capacities or capabilities do they need, but then as what Ma'am Rita said, everything is developmental, everything is emerging, everything will be discovered, one by one, bit by bit, phase by phase. But then later on, if you are to our audience, if you want to go into a collaboration like this, of course there are so many considerations, and that is of course one thing, of course, is the support coming from your institution, because even if you are dead set, if you're passionate about doing this, if you do not have institutional support,
Oh, yes.
collaboration will not happen. And then yung willingness to help, it's innate among us. But definitely, when you are there with that strong backing from your institution and the right people to help you, everything will flow smoothly. Sabi nga, di ba? Always to God be the glory. Because through that, we can all go forward.
Yes.
Correct,
Yes.
correct.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Ma'am Julie.
Ma'am Rita, tama.
Yes.
Kasi Ma'am Junie na, that one tip that I think would be good when we're doing work with international partners, with the local partners, is really to make our administration understand what we're doing. Kasi we need the support and the backing indeed of the administration in our institution. And I will reiterate, pareho kami ng feeling na it's really being open to connect. uh, to be able to accept the fact that there are things that we may not really be familiar with that we need to learn. That's humility in a way, and to relearn things. Okay, alam mo na, and then it's validated. But there are things that, yeah, why not accept this direction or this point of view? So there are things that we really need to also understand fully and unlearn sometimes. So it's again the flexibility, the positive attitude, the openness to be able to work things out. That's why I think what we did was we built on each other's strengths. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And we also tried to understand our limitations and the differences in our various settings. That's why when we see the loophole, that's where okay, we'll have to do something about this. We'll have to push this through, and that's why we were able to have our program approved by the Commission on Higher Education. And so I think parang sinasabi natin that there's a fourth spirit that moves within and among us. Parang hindi rin tayo nakakaintindi, di ba? But we get strength and inspiration from each other's experiences, each other's stories. And when we listen also to our resource persons that we invite, nakaka-motivate, nakaka-inspire. And so I think this particular project has so much promise. Even if we will end in 2023, there's so much more that we could still do. And perhaps baka maging model set up siya in other countries. Who knows? Kaya I'm so blessed to be a part of this project, and I think my institution and the institutions involved in the agencies are really glued to see this through and to make this succeed. But of course, so much work is still waiting for us. But that's how things are, and we're there. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Dr. Tin. So it's so good that Dr. Tin was the last to speak, because I think she is the most experienced in this international collaboration. So what I see from, alam nyo, kulang na kulang po talaga yung oras, no? Pero ito na rin po yung pinaka-open forum. At ang nakita ko po dito sa aming maikling conversation ay sa successful collaboration and innovation, hindi lang mahalaga ang expertise. It's not just the expertise or the content knowledge, no? I think what we have been sharing here really points into the soft skills of knowing how to relate with people, the openness, the character. I think that is one message we are leaving with you, no? If we want innovation to really happen, if we want collaboration to be authentic and fruitful, it is really the ability to open your mind and your heart to the ideas, no? And also open your hearts to the needs of the people that we would want to serve. So thank you, Pafte, for giving us this opportunity to share with you about Project Fourth. Pafte is a key partner as well, no, in this. And the reason why we are here is because the major role of Pafte is to disseminate to the whole country what sustained results Project Fourth would have. Isa na nga po yung Master of Arts in Education or Master in Education, Major in Teaching in Challenged Areas. So magkakaroon na po tayo nitong, ito po ay approved na ng CHED, at siguro sa lumaon ang ibang mga universities din, ano? Mga kapartner natin, maaari ring mag-offer na ng ganito, no? Because it's a sustained thing, and as mentioned, we would want replicability not only in the Philippines but also in other countries. The conduct of webinars that are targeted to the identified needs of the schools, no, and also fortifying the skills of the teachers in doing action research and all of these. So again po, salamat po sa pagkakataon, salamat po sa Pafte, at patuloy po ang Project Fourth sa mga iba pang gawain. Thank you very much po. God bless us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emma Melgarejo, Dr. Rita Lucas, and the panel speakers. We congratulate both of you, as well as the other Filipino members, for your endeavor and advocacy in this European Union HEI project. Before we award the certificate of recognition to Dr. Melgarejo, may I just make and reiterate an announcement on attendance and evaluation. May I inform all participants that Pafte has prepared attendance and evaluation forms for the duration of the webinar. Please fill out the attendance form by opening the link that will be provided through the chat box. PRC requires one attendance form only in a day. Day 1 and another attendance form for tomorrow, day 2. For day 1, indicate time in as 8:30 a.m. and time out as 5:45 p.m. The professional code is 4,000 and the earned CPD units is 15. Okay, we shall now award the certificate of recognition for Dr. Melgarejo, and it reads as follows. The Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, in partnership with Lorimar Publishing Incorporated, awards this certificate of recognition to Dr. Emma T. Melgarejo in grateful recognition and appreciation for her lofty thoughts, brilliant ideas, and rich experiences shared as resource speaker on the topic Collaboration for Innovation. During the 12th Midyear Pafte Convention with the theme Innovation, where collaboration, creativity, and technology meet, May 20 to 21, 2022 via Microsoft Live, signed Dr. Rita May P. Tagalog and Dr. Brenda B. Corpus, President, PhD. We shall now have a health break. Please be back by 3:10. Thank you very much. Health break, please be back by 3:10 this afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to introduce the next speaker for this afternoon, who, by the way, needs no introduction since we all know and love her. However, it would be remiss for me not to mention her achievements which have brought her to where she is now. Her career as educator started as a high school teacher of English and mathematics after earning the BSE degree with major in English and minor in mathematics, summa cum laude, in Centro Escolar University. She rose the academic ladder through merit and regular honing of her expertise in teaching, research, curriculum evaluation and development, quality assurance, and educational administration, which culminated to her appointment as sixth president of Centro Escolar University, the first to rise from the ranks 2001 to 2006. Dr. Navarro reached the summit of her teaching career when she received four prestigious awards: the Outstanding Professional Teacher awarded in 2000 by the Professional Regulation Commission, the Outstanding Professional in the Field of Teaching awarded in 1997 by the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations, the Dr. Joseph Huran Medal for Quality Management, awarded in 2012 by the Philippine Society for Quality, the Philippine Quality Award for Commitment to Quality Management as PACUCOA Chair, awarded by President Benigno Aquino III in 2013. The Ulirang Ina Award conferred by the Ulirang Ina Foundation in 2019. A recognized leader, she served as president of the following professional organizations: the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, Pafte; the Philippine Association for Graduate Education, PAGE; the Philippine Society for Educational Research and Evaluation; the Association of Southeast Asian Institutions of Higher Learning, ASAHIL; and at present, she is Commissioner and Treasurer of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation, PACUCOA. She has produced and is still active in creating projects such as book writing, research undertaking, and contributing articles in professional magazines. At present, she outstandingly chairs the Board for Professional Teachers in the Professional Regulation Commission. Likewise, the Continuing Professional Development Council for Professional Teachers and the Career Progression and Specialization Program. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the mother of the teaching profession, the Honorable Dr. Rosita L. Navarro.
Greetings, fellow professional teachers. I am glad to be with you again, in spite of the challenges that we experienced in the past 2 years. The topic I would like to discuss with you is towards a career progression and specialization program and credit accumulation and transfer system for us professional teachers. We shall concentrate on the CPSP, or the Career Progression and Specialization Program, because CATS is the concern of an interagency national committee, and it will be cascaded to us in a few years' time. We note that specialization in the title is alongside progression and specialization. But We may not be surprised if some years from now, it might change to progression through specialization, as what had happened in the medical profession and in some engineering professions. The evolution of career progression and specialization may be viewed in the context of two elements: the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, AQRF, and the Philippine Qualifications Framework, PQF, which, fortunately for us, is purposely aligned to the AQRF. It all started in 1967 when 10 Southeast Asian countries agreed to band together for mutual advantage and assistance in 1967. And these are starting with Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, who banded together earlier as the Mafilindo, Ma, Malaysia, Fi, Philippines, and Indo, Indonesia. Later, they were joined by Singapore and Thailand. And in no time at all, the others followed: Brunei, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia. In May 2010, at the historic ASEAN meeting in Manila, the 10 ASEAN member nations approved the concept draft of the AQRF, but it was only in 2012 that AQRF was officially signed. The frame 2 shows the AQRF as a referencing framework with 8 levels, because the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework was designed as a common reference framework that enables comparisons of education qualifications across the participating ASEAN member states. Its objectives include support and recognition of qualifications of service providers, including the various professionals. So the diagram shows AQRF at the center as the referencing platform with 8 levels. And countries A and B are examples of the countries that referenced with AQRF. Country A has 9 levels. And look at how country A aligned itself to AQRF. And country B has only 6 levels. And observe how country B aligned its educational platform to AQRF. Each of the 8 levels in the AQRF, you will observe, approximates Benjamin Bloom's 3 levels of competencies. AQRF's knowledge and skills corresponds to the cognitive domain in Bloom. AQRF's application corresponds to Bloom's psychomotor. And AQRF's responsibility and accountability or degree of independence corresponds to Bloom's affective domain. Each level contains the appropriate descriptors under the 3 domains. Now, the signing of the AQRF was followed by a chain of events in the Philippines. First, the Executive Order number 83 in October 2012, which created the Philippine Qualifications Framework, which was directly aligned with the AQRF. The Philippine Qualifications Framework, or PQF, was signed as Executive Order number 83 in October 2012 by then President Benigno Aquino III, designed to harmonize basic education, technical and vocational education, and higher education into a nationwide unified framework of skills and competencies. This was subsequently signed into law in 2018 as Republic Act 10968, institutionalizing the Philippine Qualifications Framework. Then later came Republic Act 10533, signed in 2013, the Enhanced Basic Education Law, which added 2 years to basic education. Why was this enacted? Because at the time, we will not be able to join the AQRF if our basic education is only 10 years. And so the Philippines had to add 2 more years to be at par with the ASEAN countries, which all administer 12 years of basic education. Frame 5 is the 2012 version of PQF. The 2012 is the executive order. And you can see that the original intention was to include grades 10 and 12 in PQF as levels 1 and 2 respectively. In later version, however, senior high school is designated as the foundation of the PQF levels. Although in some ASEAN nations, basic education is part of the qualifications framework of their respective countries. Now let's look at the PQF higher levels descriptors. Now, okay, so these are the PQF higher levels descriptors. Now, the levels are on the first column, 6, 7, and 8. And the rough equivalents are baccalaureate degree for level 6, post-baccalaureate degree or master's for level 7, and doctoral degree and postdoctoral programs equivalent to level 8. And each one of them are described according to knowledge, skills, and values, application, and degree of independence. It will be interesting to note that all other ASEAN nations adopted only knowledge and skills, but the Philippines added values. Now, if you will observe, the word specialization, specialized, appears intermittently among the 3 levels of the PQF. Actually, the descriptors refer to what the professionals are capable of doing in the course of the practice of their profession. Domain 1, for example, they are very much interested, and they really work to improve their knowledge, skills, and values, their store of knowledge, skills, and values. But professionals do not stop there. They have to show that they can apply in various ways in the during the practice of their respective professions. And of course, their authority, responsibility, and ethics can be shown through the third domain, which is degree of independence. Their ability, their competence to be independent by themselves and do their professional duties responsibly. Now, our concern as teacher educators primarily are into level 6, the baccalaureate. But soon, we have to progress. Professional teachers have to progress towards level 7 and level 8, which do not necessarily mean only degrees, because there are professionals who branched out to other areas of their profession, and they can still function as professionals. This is the function of the 7 and 8 levels as adopted by the Philippine qualifications framework. And so, to illustrate the two components of the contextual framework, here it is. So these are the two components of our contextual framework. The AQRF, which is the very strong collaboration of the 10 ASEAN member nations, and the adoption of the Philippines of this AQRF, which which has been adopted into law with the PQF, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework. So we can see that there are enabling acts to strengthen the implementation of the PQF. Of course, the first enabling act is Republic Act 10912, or the Continuing Professional Development Law. Now, the Continuing Professional Development Law is the process, rather, CPD is the process of tracking and documenting the skills, knowledge, and experience that professionals gain, both formally and informally, as they practice beyond their initial professional training. It is a record of what the professional experience, learn, and then apply. It became the CPD law in 2016 as Republic Act 10912. Now, to illustrate, so from AQRF to PQF, Executive Order 83-2012, Law RA 10918, and followed by CPD law in 2016, the 10912 Republic Act. Now, CPD had progressed according to the implementation of the PQF Republic Act into we now call career progression and specialization. Career progression and specialization is meant to be the tool and mechanism to address professionals' welfare, employment, and compensation issues, job skill mismatch, portability, and comparability of qualifications. The goal is to make these the common standards for practice of the profession and occupational skills in the ASEAN region, and eventually in all other regions of the world, which the Filipinos have explored. It is a fact that Filipinos are all over the world, and therefore they relate with the qualifications frameworks in the countries where they are located. So it will not be surprising to know that some Filipinos have adjusted themselves to the European qualifications framework, to the American qualifications framework, to the Australian qualifications framework, because they are citizens of the world and professionals of the world. So here is now the development from AQRF to PQF to CPD and to CPSP CAPS. Now let's look at the development of the CPSP. This can be seen in the PQF level 6 career progression, which had been worked out very assiduously by the Department of Education in consultation with the Philippine with the professional regulatory board. So the entry requirements for the level 6 career progression: completion as evidenced by N BE Ed or BS Ed degree, Bachelor of Elementary Education and Bachelor of Secondary Education, and passed the board licensure examination for teachers. So these are the entry requirements for level 6 career progression. Now, what are the pathways? These are the pathways: the academic track, the academic track are the practicing teachers in the basic education level. But there is also a track for the teacher education track, the teacher writer track, the teacher entrepreneur track, and the teacher researcher track. So the beginning professional progresses to career stage 1 as beginning professional teacher because he has gained the qualifications recognized for entry into the teaching profession and need support from more experienced colleagues. They all practically start as teacher 1 and progress into the higher level of teacher 1. Now going up to career stage 2, which is proficient professional teacher. The characteristic is that he independently applies teaching principles and strategy skills vital to the teaching and learning process. So those in the public schools can progress as master teacher or school head, whereas those in the teacher education track can progress into college instructor or curriculum or book writer, researcher, or founder of school or tutorial or review centers. Now, who is the granting authority or institution? The authority granting institution for PQF level 7 and PQF level 8 is the Professional Regulation Commission, as embodied in the CPD law. Now, PQF level 7 it usually starts by being highly proficient professional teacher who consistently displays a high level of performance in the teaching practice, who mentors colleagues and works collegially with other staff. So at career stage 3, a professional teacher may be already master's teacher or principals, or the teacher education teachers will have earned a master's degree and will become associate professor. And those who went into writing will become more adept curriculum writer. Some will open their own schools And those who are inclined to research will continue doing research and peer review of other researchers. For BQF Level 8, which is the summit of the progression, it is career stage 4 and characterized to be the distinguished professional teacher who demonstrates the highest standards for teaching grounded in global best practice and leads colleagues in promoting quality teaching and learning. So in the basic education field, they have the master teachers have earned doctoral degree, and the school principal also has earned doctoral degree. Now in the TEI, uh, the uh, the teacher educator has already earned also doctoral degree and accumulated achievements while practicing his teacher education profession. Then the book writer continues also with the progress in the professions. The operator, owner of school, tutorial services, online learning platforms, homeschool, etc. The teacherpreneurs continue progressing in their practice of the teaching profession, and those inclined to writing progress into junior journal editor and indexer. We will notice that we observe that the PQF level is a recognition of lifelong education. So even if a professional teacher branches out to another field of concern, he does not stop being a professional teacher for as long as he continues performing the function of a professional teacher. So the 5 milestones in sequential graphic organizer is here. You will wonder where we are going, where we have been going along this path. So from AQRF to PQF to CPD to CTS PCATS, we are really directed towards international agreements through what we call mutual recognition agreement, or MRA, and MRPQ, which is mutual recognition of professional qualifications. The MRA is multidisciplinary and multinational, but MRPQ can be bilateral between 2 countries only. Most MRA start with MRPQ and then progresses into MRA. Now, in all these years, there have been only 8 professions that have attained the MRAs, and these are architecture, accounting, dentistry, medicine, nursing, surveying, and tourism. So there is still a wide field to cover in terms of international agreements for us Filipinos. Now, to complete the career progression contextual framework for professional teachers, it is here. From AQRF to PQF to CPD to CPS, where we are now, to international agreements. And it does not stop. The pathway does not stop there, because continuous feedback is given to AQRF so that if there are some needs for improvement, they can be communicated to the different qualification frameworks of the different ASEAN member nations. Now let's focus now on the specialty or specialization societies or organizations, which is the way forward as far as our profession is concerned. And our purpose is where Pafte has been in uh, in assistance and in full cooperation is the revival, reactivation of extant or inactive disciplinary specialty specialization societies or organizations for professional teachers. Examples of these are Philippine Society for Educational Research and Evaluation, Mathematics Society of the Philippines, Linguistic Society of the Philippines, English Teachers Association of the Philippines, Reading Association of the Philippines, Children's Literature Association of the Philippines, Social Science Society of the Philippines, and others. Organization and or development of emerging multidisciplinary specializations are as follows. Early childhood studies, inclusive education, special education in various special cases and subspecialties. Also, lately, alternative learning systems, studies of adult learners or andragogy, and others. Now, I know that many of you are members or leaders of professional societies and organizations and should be interested to be recognized by the Professional Regulation Commission as such. So to be conferred accreditation, the applicant's specialty or society organization should possess the following qualifications. One, must be a registered organization with the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Second, one of its organizational purposes, as stated in its articles of incorporation, is to maintain and enrich professional expertise in a particular field of upgrading of competencies. The third, the name of the organization of the society shall bear the name of the concerned profession. So it must always bear the name professional teachers. And this is very important, all incorporators shall belong to the same profession. All of them should be professional teachers. So that briefly, very simply, that requirement to be recognized. And the Professional Regulation Commission and the Board for Professional Teachers are counting on the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators to assist in the recognition of the different specialization societies and organizations in the teaching profession. And so, in conclusion, allow me to end this presentation with a quotation from Henry Ford. Personally, the lesson that we can learn is that there is no end to professional practice. There is no retirement because of the principle of and the philosophy of lifelong education. Lifelong education is the fundamental dictum in the practice of the profession. So from Henry Ford, he says, anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or at 80. But anyone who continues learning stays young. Thank you. Ilang minutes?
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro, for the updates of PRC on the teaching profession and career progression and the specialization program. Please stay on for the awarding of the certificate. May I ask Dr. Corpus and Dr. Tagalog to open their cameras for the reading of the certificate of recognition. The Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, in partnership with Lorimar Publishing Incorporated, awards this certificate of recognition to Honorable Rosita L. Navarro in grateful recognition and appreciation for her lofty thoughts, brilliant ideas, and rich experiences shared as resource speaker on the topic, the specialization societies and the PQF and AQRF and PRC updates during the 12th Pafte 12 Midyear Pafte Convention with the theme Innovation, where collaboration, creativity, and technology meet, May 20 to 21, 2022, via Microsoft Live, signed Dr. Rita May P. Tagalog, Executive Secretary, and Dr. Brenda P. Corpus, President. Thank you. The next 1 hour and a half will be devoted to updates from our following partners: Technical Panel for Teacher Education, Teacher Education Council, Private Education Assistance Committee, and SMEO. Please allow me to introduce all four speakers to you. Our first speaker for this afternoon is Dr. Purita Bilbao, Chair of the Technical Panel for Teacher Education. She will be represented by Dr. Edison Angeles Fermin. Edison Angeles Fermin, PhD, is the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the National Teachers College. He is a specialist in language education, curriculum studies, learning experience design, and leadership. He holds degrees in language education and language planning from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and has received distinctions in research, evidence-based practice, and transformative leadership. A 2019 Asia-Europe Foundation Training Scholar in Equitable Access in Higher Education at the University of Edinburgh, he is also a distinguished teacher trainer in adaptive, innovative, and resilient education. In responding to the complex educational implications of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, he currently provides expert advice to the Philippine Commission on Higher Education's Technical Working Group on Flexible Learning. Our second speaker is, and I quote, "a teacher who loves teaching. It is my position and my way of life," unquote. I am referring to no other than Dr. Ranvi V. Mangera, who, aside from teaching, is an educational leadership and management specialist. He graduated from both De La Salle University for his doctoral degree and Philippine Normal University for his master's degree. He was a recipient of the 2018 Gawad Sulo for Eminent Alumni Leadership and Management category awardee. In the last 5 years, he has conducted several training programs, all for teacher mentoring. He is also a much sought after commencement speaker. Aside from positions he had as faculty in La Salle, Dean and Program Chair in St. Paul, Manila, Dr. Mangera is now the Executive Director too of the Teacher Education Secretariat, Department of Education. Ma'am Doris Ferrer is our third speaker. She's the Executive Director of PEA, the Private Education Assistance Committee. She will be represented by Ms. Presi Labao, Head Training and Development Unit of PEA National Secretariat. Ms. Presi Labao earned her Bachelor of Science in Biology at the University of the Philippines at Los Baños and is taking Master of Distance Education at UP Open University. She is a licensed professional teacher and taught biology, chemistry, media literacy, environmental science, and grades 7 to 10 science of the K to 12 curriculum at Canosa School in Santa Rosa City, Laguna from 1997 to 2016. She was also one of the pioneer senior high school faculty and science cluster head at Malayan Colleges, Laguna. She started at TEAC as a science trainer in 2006 and is currently the head of the Training and Development Unit of the TEAC National Secretariat. In 2018, Ms. Labao completed an executive course on transforming higher education leaders through effective policy reforms at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore. Our last resource speaker for this group is Ms. Regina Peña Arroyo. She is representing the director of the Center Director of CIMEO, Dr. Ramon C. Bacani. Ms. Regina Peña Arroyo is the officer of the Learning Management and Implementation Unit of CIMEO Inotec. She is a learning experience designer responsible for the design, development, and implementation of teacher education programs. As a learning designer, she creates engaging learning experiences and compelling course content to address the target audience's learning needs. She is well experienced in the development of digital learning content, such as videos, simulations, and games. At Inotec, she specifically handles the Southeast Asia Teachers Competency Framework course, Course 1 for teachers, and managing teacher performance in challenging times for school heads. These are CIMEO Inotec's newest professional development programs for teachers and school heads in Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our 4 partners for our updates, and we are going to start now with our first speaker, Dr. Edison Fermin. Dr. Fermin.
Isang mapagpala at mapagpalayang hapon po sa ating lahat. In behalf of the Commission on Higher Education's Technical Panel in Teacher Education, convened by the Office of Programs and Standards Development, I would like to walk you through some critical updates in terms of the work of our team and what is in store for the coming years for Philippine undergraduate and hopefully graduate teacher education. We would like to congratulate the Philippine Association for Teacher Education for constantly becoming a partner of the Commission on Higher Education in its pursuit of empowering the 21st century Filipino teacher. The technical panel for teacher education actually consists of people who have been working for quite some time now with the Philippine Association for Teacher Education, particularly its leadership, and currently Dr. Brenda Corpuz, our incumbent president, is part of the technical panel. Over the years, the relationship of these experts and leaders in Philippine teacher education has actually been very enabling. And if we choose an actual symbol or representation of what we have been trying to achieve over the years, I think it's really more of weaving together the bits and pieces, the fibers and fabrics that constitute the identity and directions of Philippine teacher education. This afternoon, what I hope to do is to actually not just report the updates from the end of the Commission on Higher Education, but also more importantly, to celebrate a decade of convergence that the Technical Panel for Teacher Education has managed despite and in spite of all the challenges that we had to deal with. Historically speaking, this decade of convergence started in 2012 when we were designated by then Chairperson Patricia B. Licuanan to think of how we can situate the reframing of the program standards and guidelines of teacher education in light of the K-12 basic education reform agenda. A year after, we actually rolled out the OBE curriculum consultations and write-ups that eventually led to the articulation of the new directions of our PSGs. 2 years after, our work had to stop a bit because we needed to identify the centers of excellence and development who we actually expected to join in the refinement process of what we had envisioned as the new directions of teacher education as a professional discipline. And by 2017, by virtue of all our connective and connected efforts, we were able to facilitate the issuance of 10 CMOs defining the PSGs for Philippine teacher education. And in 2021, in anticipation of the need to monitor, assess, and evaluate the outcomes of the curriculum that we were able to put up and come up with, we needed to launch our scoping studies in Philippine teacher education, which will serve two purposes. Aside for the monitoring and evaluation of the curriculum, or the curricula rather, that have been developed, it will also enable us to understand the changing demographics, the changing conditions and directions of teacher education all over the Philippines. But we have to understand that from 2012 to the present, there had been crucial interagency and intra-agency events that led to this robust space for discussing and articulating changes within teacher education at the higher education level, of course. From 2016 to 2017, there actually had been meetings with the basic education sector transformation teams, led, of course, by the Department of Education, with the Philippine Normal University Research Center for Teacher Quality as lead. And so I'm articulating this because I'd like you to understand that the issue that there had been no connection between the technical panel and the direction towards upgrading the standards of entry-level teaching and the whole of teacher education for that matter did not happen. It actually happened. No less than the chairperson of the technical panel for teacher education, Dr. Purita P. Bilbao, was in the reference panel of this team that led to the articulation of the new standards. And from 2019 to 2021, we had been represented in the convention of the COEs and CODs by the Department of Education's Teacher Education Council that played the lead role in putting us together and coming up with initiatives that help us roll out the changes that we have envisioned for the sector, particularly in the development of syllabi for some or if not all of our professional education subjects. And then recently, from 2020 to 2022, the Technical Panel for Teacher Education played an important role in facilitating the Senate and congressional hearings on Republic Act 11713, or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act. That actually is very much needed as we try to navigate the directions towards upgrading the Teacher Education Council as an interagency cooperation, and of course, the upgrading of the National Educators Academy of the Philippines. But within the Commission on Higher Education, a lot of initiatives had been rolled out in conjunction with all these other interagency efforts, which include, among others, the development of the proposed master plan in Philippine teacher education entitled Padayon, the public hearings and zonal consultations on the new PSGs, including, of course, the actual rollout orientation needed by all teacher education institutions, especially the ones who are in attendance today. And then, of course, interagency, we also had to deal with establishing the position of the Commission on Higher Education relative to important provisions in the law. And fortunately, by combining our positions with other agencies such as the Professional Regulations Commission, we were able to identify some key provisions that will help us understand better how to make the most of the new legislation, which for all intents and purposes is really directed towards enhancing the quality of teacher education. Largely because of these initiatives, I am proud to report that we can see a lot of signs of growth within the sector. And what I'm going to do is, from this snapshot of the kind of seeds, seedlings, and a little fruit along the way had given the teacher education space in the country. We will look at the granular information on what kind of teacher education institutions are in operation at the moment, all the way to the actual outcomes of our collaboration with various agencies. So let me begin by walking you through where we are at in terms of the growth of teacher education institutions in the country. As you will see on the slide, our universe consists of 1,603 TEIs. We are one of the most subscribed to courses or degree programs in the higher education landscape of the country. And of course, the data that we're calling from the Management Information System of the Commission in 2022 is likely the same figures that we still have right now because of the not so many movements happening in the space. But if you look at the distribution, we have a fair distribution in terms of the number of institutions offering teacher education specializations. But we also need to underscore where there's so many of them, yet likely the demand is not that high. And later on, I will articulate this is the reason we are doing a lot of scoping studies at the moment. As we are looking at the possibility of expanding the provision for the opening of the new specializations across all regions, we also have to be mindful how we will try to strike the balance between creating niches or areas of expertise among our TEIs. The private teacher education institutions dominate these numbers because 1,028 of them are operating in the private sector and about 575 are in the public sector. Take note, this consists of our SUCs and their satellite campuses, the LUCs, the CHED supervised institutions, and of course the other government I forgot what the meaning of S is, but these are the other government facilities that offers to some extent a program in higher education. So it is a robust space. There's a huge number to deal with. And as I said, we are one of the most subscribed courses at the moment, but that number, of course, we all expect should translate into some form of quality, particularly that we are dealing with a learning crisis at the moment. Now, speaking of quality, we only have a total of 36 centers of excellence and 38 centers of development distributed all over the country. And if you notice, there's a good number of these institutions found in Region 1, in Region 4, Region 7, and the National Capital Region. These are critical areas because this is where historically a good number of the COEs and CODs may be found. And hopefully, as we move along, we'll try to find out how we can ensure that there is representation across the regions. Because if you notice, BARM has no COEs or CODs, and that is a critical geographical area where we want to grow teacher education programs, especially that it is at its infancy stage, administratively speaking. Now, please don't confuse the fact that the new law has a provision for the identification of centers of excellence, particularly in RA 11713. So if you will look at the definition of the COE here, it's not so much different from the way CHED defines them. But take note, RA 11713 does not prevent CHED from continuing its mandate to still identify its own roster of COEs and CODs, particularly that it has its own established policies and processes. I think this is kind of going to move towards direction of a two-tier recognition system. So if the Expanded Teacher Education Council can have its centers of excellence, CHED, by all means, as a separate government agency, will continue identifying the COEs and CODs as well. Now, at the level of program development, I'd like to be very straightforward in telling you that it's high time that after all the PSGs and CMOs and the standards have already been issued, it's time for us to close the discussion on whether there was an alignment or not with whatever standards are out there. Remember, the development process of the Commission on Higher Education will necessarily have to account for not only the standards in the Philippines, but also standards set forth by other agencies at the global level, particularly with regard to referencing them to qualifications within the ASEAN and in other global platforms. And this is the reason that 10 new programs for which we have issued a corresponding CHED Memorandum Order, we guarantee the alignment of the domains, particularly with the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, or PPST, which were originally based upon the National Competency-Based Teaching Standards. Many of the members of the VPTE were actually part of the development process of the NCBTS. And see, if you compare the actual program outcomes for Philippine teacher education and the intent of the PPST domains, despite the timeliness of the promulgation of these standards relative to the development process of the CMOs and the PSGs, you will find an internal and tight alignment with the direction of these standards, particularly as you move along the articulation of curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, community linkages, and personal growth and professional development. While CHED's responsibility is really to prepare the entrance to the teaching profession, who will be subjected to the evaluation parameters using the PPST and the performance management system of the Department of Education, what we have seen throughout the development process is that there was a conscious effort to align these. Resolutions have been created to articulate the clarification on the alignment process, and I think Chairperson J. Prosper de Vera actually accepted the explanation, and eventually this moved on as part of the rollout, not only of the PPSC, but more importantly, our standards. At any rate, now that we have an expanded Teacher Education Council who will actually give inputs on the further revision and updating of the curriculum, then we could look forward to more interagency collaboration in terms of the updating of our outcomes. But of course, we have just produced the first cohort of students, and we are yet to find out to what extent they're able to meet these outcomes and what kind of impact they can create in the general education space that we are dealing with. Now, I'd like to highlight an important milestone in the development of these PSGs. And I hope that the institutions who have been provided recognition to offer the post-baccalaureate diploma in alternative learning system, a 30-unit program, are present this afternoon, because we are considered by the Commission on Higher Education as an innovation in higher education. And in fact, there is direction towards underscoring what other programs can we do this for. But of course, as we continue the discourse of advancing graduate teacher education in the country, relative to the Philippine qualifications framework and the career progression model being put forward by the Professional Regulations Commission, we will likely see how this post-baccalaureate qualification will further be expanded. But this came in at a time when we're looking no longer just at lifelong learning, but more importantly, at life-wide and life-deep learning opportunities. Not to mention, the National University of Singapore has articulated one more, which is life-wise learning. So all these things And remember, we are in a space where there's a lot of changes happening in so little a time. I think we could move forward towards the direction of really expanding these alternative qualifications. Now, aside from the development of new PSGs and the pathways by which we can earn them, it is important that we continue our disposition towards becoming more data-driven and really evidence-based in the way we will try to upgrade the provisions for teacher education. And that is why, through the leadership of Chairperson De Vera, under the supervision of Commissioner Algren Darilag, who's the Supervising Commissioner for Teacher Education, 3 scoping studies have been approved in 2021 and are currently ongoing. With the help of identified teacher education institutions as leads, we have the following studies currently running. The Cebu Normal University is our partner teacher education institution in conducting an exploration on the quality of teacher education institution entrance so that we could answer the long-standing question on admissions and retention programs and so on and so forth. And I'm happy to report that 4 members of the technical panel are actually advising the Cebu Normal University as they conduct the study. The second study, if we have entrance in the first study, the second study will talk about the graduates. To date, there had been bits and pieces of research conducted along the lines of the quality of our graduates. And so that's the reason the University of Southeastern Philippines, with advice from 4 members of the technical panel, is currently working towards calling national data in terms of answering the question, are we producing quality graduates? And a lot of indicators have been identified. We're not just talking about the licensure, but a few other variables and components that will really help us understand what else can we do to improve the quality of our graduates. Now, if you notice, we're talking about entrance and graduates in the first 2 scoping studies. The third study is premised on the fact that if we have the best leaders managing our teacher education institutions, then we could continue transforming the space. And that is why the West Visayas State University has been identified to take the lead in this highly grounded investigation on how we are going to understand the role of leadership in the process of transforming the discipline. And 3 of the members of the technical panel are helping out in this process. Now, if your institution is technically participating in these scoping studies, we would like to put forward our deep sense of gratitude to you because you are participating in a knowledge building process that we hope can really empower the teacher education sector further. Now, in addition to these 3 commissioned scoping studies, just the early part of this year, 2 additional studies, not scoping in nature, but very focused in nature to help understand further some nuances of quality in teacher education, have been approved. Thanks to the leadership again of Chairperson De Vera and Commissioner Darilag, the 2 studies that I have personally envisioned and conceptualized for the Office of Programs and Standards Development under the leadership of Director Dr. Cherry Melanie Ancheta, Diego, we are looking at the first study to find out how we manage flexible learning and experiential learning, particularly as we engage in the COVID-19 situation. The University of the Philippines in Diliman has been conferred this funded study from the GAA, meantime, to look at specific nuances of the kind of quality-oriented initiatives in the space. We are commissioning the Philippine Normal University through the Higher Education Development Fund to manage the EQUATE study, or the Enhancing Quality and Advancing Teacher Education research. So hopefully these 5 studies are going to help us understand further what are the missing parts of the puzzle and what have we been doing really well in order that we could establish the real enabling climate for teacher education to grow in the country. Two documents have been produced under the leadership of uh, Dr. Purito Bilbao um, as a matter of collaboration between and among government and international agencies. The National Research Agenda for Teacher Education, which I think will likely be expanded further, has already been submitted to the Commission for consideration, although it's technically in its mid-year process. And then we have Padayon, which is the roadmap and the master plan for Philippine teacher education. So these two documents are are with SHED for possible approval. I don't know when, but even if it's going to be revised given the new directions of the commission, I think this will become handy as basis of what we can do, because we believe at the Commission on Higher Education, for us not to start from zero, at least we have something to start with in order to move forward with these two documents. And of course, the Commission on Higher Education, particularly the Technical Panel for Teacher Education, has been instrumental to the formulation and issuance of Joint SHED DepEd Memorandum Order Number 1 in 2021 on the policies and guidelines on the deployment of our teaching apprentices, particularly as we have engaged in the COVID-19 context. And I think the lessons learned from this deployment of policy will actually be complementary to the way we're looking at the updating of SHED Memorandum Order Number 4 on flexible learning. As a member of the National Advisory Council on Flexible Learning, I have particularly put in how we can include the advancements that we have done via flexible learning modalities in the addendum to CMO number 4. We're just waiting for the final approval from the Commission and Bank for the addendum to be released. But what I'd like to assure you, this addendum is going to signal the Renaissance version 2 of Philippine higher education, as it will really articulate the definition of ultimate flexibility in the way we will manage higher education programs. I'd like to now transition to the closing part of this very brief sharing, and that is to tell you what we need to anticipate moving forward. You see, the new technical panel for teacher education is currently being constituted, and we appeal that all the teacher education institutions in attendance today and our allied agencies, such as, of course, there's Pafte, there's PRC, there's CMEO Inotech, there's DepEd, there's the Private Education Assistance Committee. We hope that the discourse on the harmonization of TEIs, particularly support for the private education, the private TEIs, can be strengthened, and as well as continue promoting evidence-based practices that can feed towards advancing the current programs and practices and policies that we have, particularly as we try to look into the advancement of graduate teacher education and the career progression pathways. And of course, we are all one in supporting the implementation of Republic Act 11713, or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act, along with other new legislation that we hope will be coming soon, particularly the separate act on putting a real mechanism to put in the best of the best into teacher education. So we hope that that law will also be passed, or that bill will be passed into law very soon. I'd like to end my brief update on the work of the technical panel for teacher education by articulating that the best lesson that we learned in our decade of convergence is that every fiber and fabric of consciousness, individual, agency-based, or institution-based, strengthens the very concept of Philippine in Philippine teacher education. And I strongly assert no teacher education institution should ever claim supremacy over others, because if we move towards that direction, we will not unite, but likely divide perspectives in the way we should operate as an ecosystem. And this has always been the primary commandment of the technical panel. Every teacher education institution matters because you constitute a fiber of our collective consciousness as experts and practitioners in the discipline. I end this presentation by calling out, tuloy ang habian ng ating mga pangarap at pagsusumikap bilang isang sektor, kaya't dapat din nating ituloy ang mabuti at mabunga nating samahan. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this convention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fermin, from the Technical Panel for Teacher Education. Our second speaker is Dr. Ranvi Mangera, the Executive Director 2 of the Teacher Education Council Secretariat.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Pafte. Yeah, my task this afternoon is, of course, to provide the group, my fellow educators, an update on the Teacher Education Council. Okay. So what's new in the Teacher Education Council? Yeah, I think it was already mentioned by Dr. Fermin that RA 11713, or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act, was already signed by the President. So actually, the TEC is presently busy doing and coming up with its plans. We have just finished doing our strategic planning sessions with our stakeholders. So just to give you an update on RA 11713, what is the coverage of this specific and particular law? The coverage of this is this act. This act shall apply to teachers and the school leaders in all public and private basic education institutions, into all public and private TEIs. So if in the previous law, our concentration was only on the public school teachers, but this time the law clearly states that we also have to include the leaders in the basic education, both public and private institutions. Yeah, I will not be discussing the entire law, but I will only be discussing some of the provisions that I believe is important and would be of help to the different educational institutions, TEIs in the country. Well, it says in the law that there shall be, it's one of the functions. There are about 18 functions of the Teacher Education Councils, a total of 18, but I will only be mentioning some of the powers and functions of the TEC. The first is, of course, there shall be identified, designated, established, or developed in strategic places in each of the region of the country, one or more teacher education COEs, which stands for Center of Excellence, based on the criteria listed in the Act, assessed and adjudged by the Council. So we are of course targeting COE in each of the regions. I think a while ago, Dr. Fermin mentioned that presently there is no COE in BARM. So of course we are looking into the the COEs across all regions of the country, because the law also says that should the need arise, certain teacher education COEs at the provincial level may later be established, identified, and developed. So we're not only looking at the regions, because presently we only have 76 COEs, but looking at the different provinces, if we have 81 provinces, where we are also targeting to come up with a set COEs for each province, aside from of course the regions. So it says also that at least one TEI from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and in Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and Metro Davao shall be established as a center of excellence in special needs education. So any designated teacher education COE shall be reviewed and evaluated every 3 years to ensure that it continues to possess the criteria prescribed in the Act. Next slide, please. So what's new in this law is we are not only considering regional COEs, but even provincial, and of course the provision of COEs for special education. So again, let me update the group about the members of the council. Yeah, in the past, in the previous law, we used to have seven regular members. Regular member from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We have cluster representative or zonal representative, and we also have subject representatives. But presently, we only have 4 regular members, aside from the ex officio members. So these are the regular members of the TEC. First, a teacher representative from a public basic education institution who is experienced and recognized as an expert nationally and internationally, and whose personal and professional integrity as well as commitment to service are proven or well accepted. So of course, number 1 is a teacher. Number 2 is a representative from an organization of deans of colleges of education, professional teachers, and educators. Number 3 is a representative from a national organization of private basic education institutions. And the 4th regular member is a representative from an organization composed of school leaders from public or private basic education institution. I already mentioned that the law does not only focus on teachers, but also school leaders. So from 7, we only have 4 regular members plus the 5 ex officio chairman and members. So for the next slide, it says here that all regular members of the council shall hold office for a period of 3 years and may be reappointed once for another 3 years. So that's the new provision of the law. So they may be reappointed. So it's a total of 6 years. Next. Okay, so I will be discussing only few of the powers and functions of the council. So the first of which is establish a roadmap for teacher education, which shall serve as guide for designing relevant, responsive, innovative, creative, and collaborative programs. This roadmap shall be submitted to CHED for inclusion in the National Higher Education Roadmap that serves as the Human Resource Development Plan for national development. So the number 2 function, power and function, is uphold and maintain the integrity of professional standards for teachers and the school leaders by formulating evidence-based policies and standards that shall strengthen and improve the system of teacher education and training, both in pre-service and in-service, including prescribing a national examination to determine the eligibility for admission into a recognized TEI pre-service program. I think in this provision, I would like to highlight that the law says that we have to prescribe a national examination to determine the eligibility for admission. In the past years, we've been developing a admission policy for incoming education students. I hope that our effort and initiative to develop such policy will coincide with this particular power and function of the council. Next power and function. Okay, so for letter C, we have established policies to implement a system of recognition affirming the career stages achieved by teachers and school leaders. A while ago, I saw the work, the sharing of PRC concerning progression, and I think we'll continuously coordinate with the other government agencies. Anyway, PRC is a member of the council to make sure that this particular power and function is realized. So for letter D, we have established a policy on an effective system of incentives such as scholarships, grants in aid, loan programs, subsidies, stipends, and other similar benefits and incentives to be implemented. It specifically states here to be implemented by UNIFAST or Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education Board. So presently, we also have that project on a scholarship for education students. We are presently refining the provisions, the different provisions on the policy, so that the same with the admission policy, we hope that it will also address this particular power and function of the council. So of course, we want to say that we want to encourage teachers to pursue graduate degrees in teacher education. And there is also an emphasis here on attracting the best. Of course, we want to attract the best and the brightest students in the country. So the next power and function is systematically monitor, evaluate, and report on the implementation of the professional standards, including professional development programs offered by NAEAP or other providers to promote exemplary practices of teachers and school leaders. And of course, to ensure that the system to professionalize teachers aligns with the professional standards and the Philippine qualifications framework. And recommend the strategies to TEIs and HEIs for the implementation of the program under RA 10647, otherwise known as the Ladderized Education Act of 2014, to provide opportunities for educational and career advancement for pre-service and in-service teachers, including para-teachers and learning support aides. So as I mentioned, I will only be enumerating some of the functions of the council. There is also a provision in the law that says that the Philippine Normal University, the designated National Center for Teacher Education under RA 647 shall serve as the advisor to the Council by providing research-based, strategic, and innovative recommendations and technical support on teacher education. So PNU, as the National Center for Teacher Education, will serve as TEC's advisor. Well, in terms of the Secretariat, I also would like to discuss this particular provision. It's because there are new offices uh, to be organized in this particular law. So it says here that the Secretariat shall now be headed by an executive director who shall exercise general supervision and control over the technical and administrative personnel of the offices under the Secretariat, and to be assisted by a deputy executive director. So it says here that there will be 3 offices, each headed by a director. So the first office is the Quality Pre-Service Teacher Education Office. So everything concerning pre-service, curriculum, the selection of centers of excellence will fall under this particular office. There is also another office called Quality Teaching Office. In this particular office, this will take care of the progression and plus some of maybe training of teachers in coordination with the National Educators Academy of the Philippines. And of course, because there will be increase in terms of staff, the TEC will need to have finance and administration office. But aside from these offices, next slide please, there will still be a teacher education scholarship program. It says here that we have also to add, aside from the existing 3 offices, as teacher education scholars that shall be a teacher education scholarship program shall be established under this act for deserving basic education graduates, both from public and private schools, and tertiary level students to pursue undergraduate teacher education degree program in all teacher education COEs, which shall be implemented by the UNIFAST board. As I mentioned, we are continuously developing the policy on this. This is actually an existing policy that we are crafting in the council. Yeah, as I mentioned in the next slide, aside from the existing 3 offices, we have another office called, next slide please, a Student Incentives Support Office shall be established to create and implement programs that shall attract and encourage top caliber students to the teaching profession, and shall establish a scholarship program for qualified students which the UNIFAST board shall implement. So I think this is something, this is new to the law. It means that we really have to provide scholarship, just like the OST. If the OST provides scholarship for science and math teachers, we also have to provide scholarship for education students, because we want to make sure that we produce the best graduates. Our model is the PMA, wherein if PMA can produce the best military men and women of the country, we also target to produce the best teachers in the country. So for the purpose of fully optimizing policy development and teacher education and reinforcing the role of the council in linking pre-service and in-service education and training, the Secretary of DepEd, the Chairperson of CHED, and the President of the Advisor of the Council shall conduct a comprehensive review and assessment of DepEd and CHED's implementation of policies on teacher education every 5 years. These are only some of the powers and functions and other tasks to be done by the council. So you will see that there is collaboration between the Secretary of DepEd and the chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education. Okay, so yeah, this is just a run through of the activities of the PPAs, projects, programs, and activities of TEC slated for 2022. So we have the followings. We have the usual programs. The first quarter, because for the information of everyone, we only conduct 4 quarterly meetings 4 times. We're done with the first quarterly meeting. Hopefully, we'll be able to conduct another meeting this June, and then with the new secretary by September and November. And of course, the usual PIR or program implementation review. So, of course, we also have to conduct our next slide, please. We also have to conduct our employee welfare activities. Presently, we also have this initiative in the Teacher Education Council Secretariat. We were tasked to do a research on the factors while students failed during pandemic. We looked into those factors, and we are almost complete with our data, and hopefully we'll also be able to share our findings on this research in this forum during your convention. So aside from these activities, next slide, please. Yeah, we have just conducted the TEC is strategic planning. So because presently we have a new set of TEC members. So we have just conducted that planning, and of course the right shop will be done next month. And of course the usual annual convention of COE and COD in teacher education. We hope to conduct that convention on December 5 to 7. We are of course targeting to discuss more the details of the law, and hopefully by that time we already have the IRR of the law. Aside from those projects, PPAs that I mentioned, we also have this coaching and mentoring for cooperating teachers. Yeah, in the past years, we already developed modules for cooperating teachers for the Department of Education, and we are now crafting and developing the cover policy of the module so that it will be implemented fully in the department. So we're actually done with the enhancement, and hopefully we'll be able to finish the policy by June of this year. So that's the coaching and mentoring policy for cooperating teachers. Yeah, I already mentioned that we also have this project called the TEC Scholarship, that there will be policy development in the 3 clusters for the month of June. So of course we also have to incorporate the provisions of the law, and consider the one that we made in the past years on TEC scholarship. Hopefully align what we have done to the current provisions of the law. Yeah, we also have this project on future teachers of the Philippines, and this is an organization because we want to develop future teachers of the Philippines by organizing clubs as early as elementary, so that they will develop among in their consciousness the beauty of teaching. So we are still uh, on this initial stage of policy development for this FTAP. We call it FTAP, or Future Teachers of the Philippines. That's on August. And then next, yeah, we also have this project on the formation of Regional Teacher Education Council, or the Regional Tech. It's because in terms of coordination, we have difficulty, or for example, implementing our projects because we do not have the people to coordinate with our PPA. So we intend to form Regional Tech so that this particular group will help us in uh, the formation or in the implementation of our programs. Okay, so yeah, this is the ending of my presentation. It says here unification because we always want to make sure that Commission on Higher Education, DepEd, PRC, NCCA, and TESDA are unified so that we'll be able to achieve quality teacher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manguera, Executive Director 2 of the Teacher Education Council Secretariat. We are now going to listen to the representative of Ms. Rodora Ferrer, the Executive Director of the Private Education Assistance Committee. She is represented by Ms. Presi Labao. Ms. Labao?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of Ms. Doris Ferrer, our Executive Director, and here are the updates from the PEAC. Just to give you a quick background, in 2021, PEAC conducted several FGDs with our stakeholders as part of our strategic planning, and guided by the mandate of PEAC to provide assistance to private education, PAC envisions a Philippine private education system that is integrated, sustainable, and globally competitive. Our mission is to enable quality, sustainability, and innovation of the private education sector in support of national development. These are anchored on our core values, which include accountability, integrity, responsiveness, inclusiveness, and adaptability. The PEAC is composed of the following members. It is chaired by the DepEd Secretary, represented by Yusek Atonicito Umali, and by a NEDA representative, that is Director Gurley Casimiro Igtiben. Also, the SEA President, represented by Sister Marisa Viri, the PACO President, Dr. Anthony Tamayo, and the AXCU President, Judge Benjamin Turgano. We also have our regional program directors in the 16 regions, the 16 regional secretariat of PAC, and most of them are university presidents. And we work closely as well with our regional program coordinators, again in the 16 regional secretariats of PAC. Some of you who are GASPE participating perhaps are familiar with our RPCs. And just to give you some data at the national level, sourced from the Department of Education for the enrollment in elementary private schools, as you can see from this table, it has been declining since school year 2019 to 2020, primarily caused by the pandemic. So from 1.2 million, it's now down to just over 700,000 enrollments. And Most of these schools have ceased to operate or have completely closed down. And as you can see from this chart, the, the enrollment in the elementary private schools consist or comprise just a small portion of the entire pie of the total enrollment for elementary schools in the country, and that's just 6% for private schools, while the public elementary schools enrollment is at 93.9%. Okay, and also with the number of schools, we only consist of 13.5 for the private elementary schools rather, while the public elementary schools comprise the biggest portion of the total pie of enrollment in elementary schools in the country, and that's at 86.5%. For our junior high school among private schools, there's also been a decline in the enrollment for this past three school years, but not as significant, or it's not a big drop as compared to the elementary school. So from 1.4 during the pandemic when it just started, that's in school year 2019-2020, that's 1.4 M, now down to just over a million. The junior high school private schools consist a slightly bigger portion in the total enrollment of all junior high schools in the country as compared to elementary school. And that's at 13.1%, while the public junior high school, that's 86.4%. Okay, and for the total number of schools, junior high schools rather, for the private sector rather, that's at 36.5%, while the public junior high school is at 62.4%. For the senior high school data, the enrollment also declined. However, it's not as significant or not as a big drop as compared to the elementary and the junior high school. It's fairly more stable in terms, or gradual in terms of its decline in its enrollment as compared to the elementary and junior high school. There's even a bigger portion in the total pie of enrollment in the country for senior high school for the private senior high school, which is at 31.8%, while the public senior high school is at 66.9% in terms of enrollment. And for total number of schools, almost close to 40% for private senior high school, while the public is at around 59%. PAC is contracted by the Department of Education to co-manage and co-implement the EGASPE program, or the GASPE program under the EGASPE law, which is RA 8545, and DepEd is the institutional owner of the GASPE program. And a PAC co-manage and co-implements the following programs under the GASPE, including the activities on orientation, certification, senior high school voucher application. That includes, of course, ESC. We process billing statements. We conduct in-service training. We also do monitoring, and also resolving cases and research and data gathering. In the implementation of the GASPE program, we work closely and collaboratively with the DepEd regional directors from the 17 regions shown in this slide. Okay. And for the ESC grantees, there's also been a decline in the number of grantees for the Education Service Contracting Program. Okay. From more than a million in 2019 to 2020 to just below a million this school year. The percentage that you see here is the percentage of grantees, of ESC grantees rather, versus the universe of junior high school students in private schools. So in this school year, that's at 84%. While for the teacher salary subsidy, this data shows that there's also a decline in the number of teachers who are receiving the TSS from 51,000 down to 38,000. This is primarily due to the decline also in the enrollment among private schools. While for the senior high school voucher program, the number of beneficiaries also declined just slightly from 1.3 million down now to 1,137,000. And again, the percentage that you are seeing here is the percentage of senior high school voucher program beneficiaries out of the total universe or the total number of private senior high school students in the country. In school year 2019-2020, DepEd commissioned the Asian Development Bank to conduct a research on the assessment of the junior high school ESC, the senior high school voucher program, and the joint delivery voucher program. And ADB found out that the ESC, senior high school voucher program, and a joint delivery voucher programs are working reasonably well, but can be adjusted to achieve stated objectives better. So the results of the assessment are very positive for both DepEd and PEAC. ADB saying that the logic behind the programs are plausible, and that programs in GASPE for this public-private partnership promote efficiency. And the programs also promote choice, which could in turn promote greater individual well-being by empowering and enabling students and parents. The programs also promote diversity of providers. I'd like to present to you now the GASP work plan of PAC for fiscal year 2022-2023. So I'll be presenting some of the schedules we have for our upcoming activities. We'll be starting with ESC and TSS orientation conferences for GASP participating schools in July. We'll start with Region 1 until July 29 for Region 8. We'll continue on August 1st with Region 7 until we finish BARM by August 3. And then that will be followed by the senior high school voucher program orientation in August 4 until August 12. This will be in the morning of this, the dates stated here, and this will be held via an online delivery platform through Zoom. We'll also be conducting orientation conferences for DepEd School Division Superintendents on the following dates. That's August 17, 18 to 19 for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, respectively. We will be conducting also training for certifiers, monitors, training for registrars, and for our RPAs in our secretariat, also for DepEd personnel on the GASP systems. The date that you're seeing here for the senior high school voucher applications is still tentative. We are still waiting for DepEd to give us the final schedule where when we can open the senior high school voucher applications in the OVAP. And also for those who are planning to apply for ESC certification or will undergo recertification or recertification revisit, will be conducting certification readiness training on July 26 to 29 and August 1 to 3rd. The billing period will start on September 1st. Monitoring will start on November. And this certification activities will begin October 3rd. That will end in April. The last will be for applicant schools. That's next year in April. Okay, we also have um, quality assurance activities or certification, wherein schools can only participate in the ESC program or can receive a subsidy in the ESC if they undergo certification, and except or unless the applicant school is accredited by any of the FAAP member agencies. And schools who undergo certification can continue to enjoy the subsidy in the ESC program depending on their overall final rating, whether they will have to undergo recertification or revisit. This is to ensure quality through compliance to DepEd and the K-12 standards. And this certification activities use the 2018 CAI to verify compliance to the said standards. The certification activities are still going to be held online in response to the pandemic. The certification activities of PACs now using has been using the 2018 CAI or Certification Assessment Instrument as compared to the old CAI. Okay, the 2018 CAI has two areas. You have the core areas and the support areas, 5 in the core and 4 in the support areas, and the ratings in the core areas greatly determine the final overall rating of the school, but still considering the ratings in the support areas. And this is found in the decision rule used by the certification unit. So let's say if the school is able to present evidence of compliance with standard, then that's a rating of 3. But if there's no evidence of compliance with the standard, but there is a plan of action in line with compliance, or it's presented by the school, then that's a rating of 1. So full compliance is, if you get a final rating of 3, that's full compliance. But if it's just a final rating of 1 or 2 in the core areas with varying ratings of 2 or higher in the core areas, depending on these combinations of ratings, then they are either they have limited compliance, partial or substantial compliance. They're still able to participate in the ESC program and will continue to receive ESC subsidy, but they will have to be revisited depending on the level of compliance, if it's within the next school year or after 2 years or after 3 years. Of course, it's a failed rating if that's a final rating of 1 or 0. There is no mandate yet for a certification in K-6 and senior high school. Hence, K-6 schools or senior high schools has the option to undergo voluntary external quality assurance, which PAC can do for this senior high schools and K-6 schools. We'll be conducting trainings as well on internal quality assurance for K-6. We already had a senior high school quality assurance towards standards-based quality assurance. We conducted it last year, and this coming school year. We'll be doing it for K to 6. We also plan to hold seminar workshop for a general education faculty in higher education, as well as a master class on monitoring and evaluation for schools. This will be in 2023. And we plan to continue the seminar workshops for critical reading, critical thinking, and critical feeling. The registration for the in-service training is ongoing. The inset is under the GASP program of DepEd, and this is the program is developed and implemented by PEAC. Please visit register.pac.org.ph if your school is interested to send your teachers for this inset. The information that you need, these are all found at register.pac.org.ph, and we have the following schedule also for the start date of online registration. Please know that, please remember that the registration closes 2 weeks before each scheduled training. Okay? Especially if you are participating in the ESC, you are highly encouraged to attend the inset for your junior high school teachers and your senior high school teachers. We also have other trainings and conferences which are internally funded by PAC. We held the senior high school quality assurance webinar workshop last year, and we plan to have additional runs of this perhaps in 2023 or 2024. We are also in partnership with the National Teachers College in implementing this program for K to 6. It's a training program called ADAPT, or Adaptive and Dynamic Elementary Program Training. And we conducted 3 rounds of this. We hope to offer this again in 2023 for our K to 6 teachers and administrators. We are also in partnership with Ateneo de Manila University for with their SALT Institute for the delivery of this adaptive design for learning. We offer this course to non-stock, non-profit schools, private schools, and the teachers are trained on how to design online courses and how to deliver online learning. We plan to offer another cohort for this coming June or July. The registration also for the second batch of the PAC Marshall Cavendish is still ongoing. Okay, please visit the site shown here. That's pac.org.ph/teachers-academy, and this partnership with Marshall Cavendish Education in Singapore has course offerings, specifically 4. One of them is designing effective online lessons developed by the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. We also have 3 courses developed by Marshall Cavendish Institute in Singapore on math, physics, and creating an e-learning environment for student-centered interaction. These online courses are generally asynchronous, so the schedule will be flexible for teachers, and they're given 3 months to complete the course. The third and fourth courses, though, have a synchronous component via Zoom, and we'll be opening the 3rd batch soon for this Teachers Academy. We also have recordings of a leadership, innovation, and dynamism towards educational reforms, which we conducted since the onset of since we had the pandemic, and we've continued these webinars, which can be used by our teachers as reference materials or learning materials in their classroom instruction, and these are all available in YouTube, especially for subjects like Araling Panlipunan and UCSP, or Understanding Culture, Society, and Politics. Okay, we will also conduct another batch of the teachers versus fake news workshop, this time with limited regional in-person grants in September and October. And this is headed by John Neri. And this course is specially designed for teachers to help them help their students fight disinformation and historical denialism. Okay, we also have recordings in Facebook of our webinars, which we conducted just before the election, still focusing on the theme on educating for social transformation in the 21st century. Again, the recordings can be used as references or resource materials for classroom instruction. Okay. The next Philippine Education Conference will be held on December 6 to 7, 2023. Please save the date. And we will also be conducting standards-based quality assurance for private elementary schools in next school year. We are also in partnership with Rex Education for a scholarship, this time for a scholarship program for graduating grade 12 students who are very much interested in taking teacher education programs along the areas of specifically mathematics, biology, chemistry, and physics. This partnership between PAC and REX has this aim of producing better teachers, especially in the areas of more teachers as well, because we understand the scarcity of science and math teachers in the country, and to also improve the quality of science and math teaching in the country. We also have a repository for our learning modules that we used in the junior high school inset in the past years. This can be accessed by your school or your teachers as their resource materials, as well as the webinar recordings in YouTube and in Facebook. Okay, PAC is ISO certified for the quality management system. That's 9001-2015. We would like to ensure that we are aligned with international standards on quality management systems, since we are also conducting activities on quality assurance. PAC also plans to undergo ISO certification for the information security management system. PAC is managing several systems that involve handling a lot of data from our schools and our students. And this will be our schedule for ISO related activities. Currently, we're undergoing the ISO internal audit, and next month we'll be undergoing our surveillance audit for the quality management system of ISO. This is our directory, which you can find in our website, and the PAC Facebook page. Okay, please do not contact us using the landline, because we have some of our staff are still working from home. Okay, please use the mobile number shown here and the email address as well. And also these are the contact numbers and email addresses of our regional secretariat. Okay, these are found in these are found in our website and in our PAC Facebook page. Okay, that's it for the updates from PAC. Thanks everyone. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Presi Labao, Miss Presi Labao. Our last speaker on updates is Miss Regina Peña Arroyo. She is representing Dr. Ramon C. Bacani, the Center Director of CIMEO. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Regina Peña Arroyo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Regina from the Learning Development and Management Office. And today I will share with you some updates from CMEO Innotech, focusing on how we apply creativity, collaboration, and technology to innovate our teacher education programs. First, let me briefly introduce CMEO Innotech. We are the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology. We are one of the 26 specialist institutions of CMEO located in 10 countries across Southeast Asia that focus on training and research programs in education, science, and culture. Innotech is based in Quezon City. As a specialist institution, Senior Innotech is dedicated to identifying education problems and developing innovative and technology-based solutions. We are guided by our vision of a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia. To achieve this vision, we offer capacity building and learning services for teachers and school heads. And today I'd like to share with you our newest program for teachers. This is the Southeast Asia Teachers Competency Framework, or CTCF Course 1 for short. It's an online professional development course for in-service teachers worth 60 training hours spread over the course of 2 months. This program was designed and developed to help address the challenges and context of the pandemic. So this is still very new. We have just finished the pilot run for 123 teachers from Southeast Asia and beyond. So currently the program is undergoing the NAEAP accreditation process. The program is anchored on the Southeast Asia Teachers Competency Framework, which shows the 4 essential competencies that teachers must develop. And these are: know and understand what I teach, help my students learn, engage my community, and become a better teacher every day. Under these 4 core competencies, there are several and more detailed descriptors, and right in the middle or in the heart of the framework is the joyful learner. This framework was jointly developed in 2017 by the Teachers Council of Thailand, Senior Secretariat, CMEO Innotech, and the 11 Ministries of Education in Southeast Asia. It is a unique and culturally sensitive frame of reference that is meant to complement the existing teacher standards in the 11 Southeast Asian countries. Now, based on the framework, the program covers the following topics or lessons. So there are 14 in all, and you will notice that each lesson focuses on a particular competency, but some lessons would cover more than one competency. So these lessons or topics balance between soft skills such as empathy, strengths-based mindset, self-care, but also there are the more technical skills or topics such as designing assessment, using technology tools, and adapting learning delivery modalities. But more than these topics and concepts, what I would like to highlight in this program are the practices or the ways by which we at Senior Innotech apply creativity, collaboration, and technology to develop our teacher education programs. And so I'd like to share with you 3 tried and tested practices that we have. First, our programs highlight teachers' actual experiences. So usually online courses feature subject matter experts as the sole source of information. Now, in this program, we do have experts discussing different topics, as you can see on this slide. But aside from these experts, we also make sure to have lessons that feature teachers and school heads talking about their actual everyday experiences. Here is an example of a learning material from the program. This is a podcast that features teachers from the Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia exchanging stories and insights about teaching and learning in challenging times. We made sure to include these kinds of materials that promote teacher stories because teachers have the first-hand experience. They are the frontliners when it comes to teaching through the pandemic. Here is another learning material. This is also a podcast featuring school heads this time from Brunei, Darussalam, Japan, Cambodia, and the Philippines. And so by listening to these insightful conversations, the participants of the program are able to see different perspectives. They learn strategies that others have already tried, and they're able to make connections. These stories are meant to empower teachers and give them the space to both acknowledge the challenges and celebrate their wins. The underlying goal here is for us to tell our collective stories and find ways to make our experiences better. And speaking of a better experience, this brings me now to the second practice that I'd like to share, which is blending and balancing self-paced learning and collaborative learning. This is important because we cater to adult learners and we want to give them the individual space for self-directed learning, but also the social space and opportunity to learn with and from others. We're able to do this through a bichronous learning delivery, which simply means that the course has both asynchronous and synchronous activities. So it has both self-paced activities and live sessions. So when learners engage in their self-paced tasks, they can log into the learning management system and watch videos, read articles, infographics, and slide decks, answer the reflection prompts in their learning journal, and apply what they have learned by doing their assignments. Now, in the more social and collaborative aspect of the program, learners make use of the forum or discussion boards to share thoughts, insights, and questions. There are also regular live sessions. So these are video conference calls via Zoom, Google Meet, sometimes even Facebook rooms, where the learners can meet their classmates and their course facilitator. We also leverage social media to connect with our small learning community. So there is a Facebook group for the entire batch or cohort, and then there are messenger chat groups for smaller classes of 15 students each. So the key here is to offer enough space and time for autonomy and independent study, but also to design the learning experience so that the participants can engage with each other, talk about their learning, share experiences, ask questions, and even support each other while they are in the program and even after the program. We've seen some of our participants become friends. They've started to collaborate with each other. So this also helps the teachers expand their network. Now, all of the elements in the program work because of one key factor that ties them all together, the people who support the learners. So an element that usually lacks in an online course is that genuine connection with a co-learner or a colleague, or that personal relationship with a mentor who wants to see you succeed. Now, in this program, there is a lot of hand-holding and journeying together. We have course facilitators. We call them flexible learning tutors. They are also educators themselves. So some are professors from colleges and universities. Others are from the Philippines Department of Education. They handle a class of 15 students each, and they act as guide and mentor. They meet with their class regularly to facilitate the live sessions. So during the live sessions or the video calls, the tutors encourage discussions, synthesize the lessons, and help the students deepen and clarify their learnings. They also give feedback on the submitted outputs. So what we offer in this program are not just practices and strategies that teachers can immediately apply, but also that sense of community and a safe space to grow and learn. Now, how do we know that the learning journey is as meaningful, as engaging, and as joyful for the learners as we claim it to be? So let's look at some of the feedback that we have received from our participants. So according to the participants, the program is informative, engaging, meaningful, challenging, relevant, and transformational. So what you see on the screen are just some of the positive words that they use to describe the course. And here are some more comments from the participants. Some of them describe the program as remarkable, wonderful, and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, aside from the positive feedback, we also have positive outcomes in the sense that there was an increase in the competency levels of learners. What you're seeing now is a snapshot of how learners compared their competency levels before and after undergoing the program. So in this course, there are 4 levels of competencies, starting from I cannot do this yet. I have started to do this, but I need to learn more. I can do this very well. I can do this with confidence, and I can teach others. So these graphs tell us that the participants achieved an improvement in their competency levels after finishing the program. In fact, 91% reported that they can do the competency or the skill very well, or they can do it confidently, and they can teach others. At Innotech, we acknowledge that teaching is a complex job that has become even more complex in today's rapidly changing educational context. Our mindsets and practices have shifted to new ways of thinking and doing, and we know that they will continue to shift as we try to respond to the needs of the education community. And with that, we offer CTCF Course 1 as a lens to reflect on our teaching practice, as a map to chart our personal and professional growth, as a compass to get us to our next goal, and as an anchor to keep us grounded to what is truly essential. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to all 4 speakers on updates from the Technical Panel for Teacher Education, Teacher Education Council, the Private Education Assistance Committee, and the Southeast Asian Minister of Education organizations. We shall now award the Certificate of Recognition. The Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, in partnership with Lorimar Publishing Incorporated, awards this Certificate of Recognition to Dr. Ranvi V. Mangera in grateful recognition and appreciation for his lofty thoughts, brilliant ideas, and rich experiences shared as resource speaker during the 12th Midyear Pafte Convention with the theme Innovation, where collaboration, creativity, and technology meet, held on May 20 to 21, 2022 via Microsoft Live. Signed, Dr. Rita May Tagalog, Executive Secretary, and Dr. Brenda P. Corpus, President. Same certificates will be given to Drs. Edison Fermin, Ms. Presi Labao, and Ms. Regina Tenya Arroyo. Okay, it's raffle time. But remember, winners need to be present to claim the prize. Upon seeing your name, you must acknowledge your presence by typing your full name and email address in the Q&A forum box. May we now call on Ma'am Rodora Santos to draw the last batch of winners for today. Using the randomizer again, we shall choose 2 winners from Caraga and CAR. Thank you very much to our ever-loving President of Lorimar, Dr. Ronnie Martinez. Ma'am Doris?
Opa. Let me just publish the raffle draw winners of for the raffle draw number 2. I'm Claudia. These are the 2 winners of our Region 4A and NCR. From Region 4A, we have Sherlene Espartero Ameler, and from NCR, we have Gil Sherlock P. Amok. The requirements is that they have to be present and they need to acknowledge that they are here by sending a Q&A, their names, their school, and their region. Thank you, Po. And now for our raffle draw number 3, we are choosing from Caraga and CAR. The first one for is Caraga. We have 67 participants from Caraga region. And the winner is from Northeastern Mindanao State University, Miss Myla P. Melondaga. And the last one, for CAR, we have 68 participants from Cordillera Administrative Region. And the winner is from St. Louis University, Francisco T. Agood. Thank you po, Ma'am Clotty.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Santos. The winners will receive a notification from National at Pafte.org at pafte.org. You will be notified through the email that you have provided during the registration. Winners will need to send an email confirmation to national@pafte.org about their preferred transmittal, either by GCash or bank transfer deposit. The day is not going to end with a good news. We just received word that the president of Lorimar, our dear president, Mr. Ronnie Martinez, will donate 5,000 pesos each to 2 lucky winners from Luzon, 1 lucky winner from the Visayas, and 1 lucky winner from Mindanao. This will be drawn either tomorrow morning or afternoon. So do stay with us tomorrow for the grand raffle draw. Remember, your presence is required to claim the prize. Thank you, everyone, for staying and learning with us. To lead us in a prayer of thanksgiving for this productive and insightful day is Dr. Celia Andas, VP for Mindanao Pafte National.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Our most gracious and loving Heavenly Father, we acknowledge, we praise you and thank you for your holy presence and all the blessings you granted us since the start of the webinar. Uninterrupted connectivity, the smooth flow of the program, and the gift of our participants and our facilitators. Thank you for the success of day one. Please forgive us for the many times we failed to love you in others, for harboring hate instead of love, for refusing to forgive and accept those who erred us. Have mercy and forgive us, Lord. Thank you too for sending us your Holy Spirit, who guided us in understanding and appreciating the theme of this convention through the invaluable inputs and experiences of the facilitators. Move, please. We hope, most loving Father, thank you also for allowing us to come together and renew acquaintances through this webinar so that together we become updated of education trends and practices. We hope that this awareness will lead us to a better appreciation of our significant role as effective leaders in our respective schools and the society in general. Grant us the grace of humility to recognize that our better understanding of the topics discussed and shared today is necessary to help us to meet head-on the challenges of being more innovative through technology, collaboration, and creativity, thereby becoming effective catalysts in the crucial role of education in forming and training the leaders today for tomorrow and onward. And so then, with hearts full of thanksgiving, we give back everything that's been achieved today for your greater glory, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Celiandas, for the beautiful closing prayer. And this has been your host, Dr. Clotilde N. Arcangel, Assistant Secretary, Pafte National, signing off. Thank you very much.